products, like you are aware, whose weight claims are not conforming in any way with the validities that we verified. Meaning that even where the claim of a bag of rice is way less than what is supposed to weigh. This is just one of it. We are going to find out, as we showed you, that oil is being allegedly, that's what the intelligence also gave us. And we saw that in the batches of oil, some of them don't even have batch numbers, best before dates. We also saw that the condition of those the oils in kegs, it's dirty and suspicious. So we are also going to intensify investigation to identify who is producing it and why should the consumer product be delivered in such a state.
Well, the federal government will soon unveil a policy document for Nigerians who are willing to operate the compressed natural gas workshops in the country. The program coordinator, regulatory compliance and facilitation of the presidential CNG initiative, Zayanu Yaru, said this in Abuja at a one-day stakeholders engagement on the accreditation and certification of compressed natural gas conversion workshops. Yaru said the government anticipates that over 1 million vehicles would run on CNG, while in the next 5 years, over 11,000 CNG stations will be fully operational. The stakeholders engagement is put together by the National Automotive Design and Development Council.
Stakeholder engagement is designed to take inputs from all the stakeholders concerned on the operations of the conversion centers. So the NADC now will take these inputs, update the guidelines, and then unveil the conversion center application platform. What the federal government have done is to issue a directive that all government vehicles going forward will be CNG vehicles. And this is to trigger demand. This is to make sure that there is demand for CNG and that will now encourage the private sector to now invest.
There is step by step in ensuring that safety is maintained at the highest level. The regulations cover conversion kits. It covers the environment where the conversion is going to be done. It also covers on the personnel that are going to do this conversion. So there are minimum requirements for each of these, and they have to be strictly adhered to because of the sensitive nature of the fuel, gas that we're handling. So we are going to go around the workshop to ensure that the minimum requirements are met. And for those who will not meet up with these requirements, we will not accredit their workshop for conversion. That means if they on their own go ahead to do any conversion, the conversion they have done will not be reckoned with.
Do stay with us. There's more News Night when we return from this short break.
Nah. Ode. Sige na ode. Igwe na nyaku. Ode ya no. Ngwan. Mba. Akwa agwabugo m gị. Ọ bụrụ na ego a agafe nde naira 5, ebukwana ya abịa ebe a o buru ya je n'ụlọ akụ gị bụ otu onye. Ọ bụkwa n'ụlọ ọrụ. Ọ gafe nde naira 10 buru ya je ụlọ akụ. Ebukwana ya abịa ebe a. Sige na ụnara anụ nke bife. Sige buru ya je n'ụlọ akụ. Maka na ngalaba Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering akpọrọ school molo n'ụlọ ọrụ EFCC ekwuola ya ha ego agafe ha na otu amkwuru ya mmechi ịnọ na nsogbu ma imeghị ya otu a ego iwu bụ Naira 250 ụbọchị dum ịdara iwu a ma ọ bụ ụlọ ahịa gị emechie ya akwụkwọ ikikere azụmahịa gị kwanụ ejide ya nyapụ gị ya atụọrọ ọmara na atụọrọ ofeke ofenye isi n'ọhịa.
Sinaka Economic and Financial Crimes Commission bụ EFCC.
See us we dey like beans and rice. Edo people I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time, forever, time to you, my people. Even if the road is rough, I know mine. 'Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbavo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oluji, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Still, we're changing the conversation to make sense of your world. We'll do it together, because now more than ever, you need a clear voice to guide you home. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Well, you're watching Newsline from Nigeria's capital. A reminder of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu approves 130 billion naira for settlement of debts owed gas companies within 2 weeks.
Death toll from Wednesday's mosque fire in Kano has risen to 11.
Defense headquarters declares wanted terrorist kingpin Halilu Buzu was a citizen of Niger Republic but lives in Zamfara State.
The suspect charged with attempted murder of Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico after the politician was seriously hurt in a shooting attack.
Well, President Bola Tinubu has met with Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye at the State House here in Abuja. Tinubu called for an alignment of purpose and structure in West Africa to address the challenges confronting the region. He said West Africa must work together to defeat the problems of terrorism, banditry, human trafficking, and poverty. The Senegalese president called for the reactivation of the Nigeria-Senegal Joint Commission to strengthen bilateral relations across the areas of diplomacy, trade, and other areas.
Vice President Kashim Shettima will chair a high-level dialogue on Friday, focusing on the achievements during President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's first year in office. Well, the event aims to harness international cooperation to fulfill the promises of the Renewed Hope agenda. According to Senator Ibrahim Hadejia, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, the dialogue will convene leaders and experts from government, international development, and civil society to strategize on advancing the progress made in the past year.
The past year has been one of transformative change, guided by the Renewed Hope agenda. We have embarked on this path of economic revitalization, social empowerment, and infrastructural development while navigating the complexities of a rapidly evolving global landscape. The President's blueprint for economic progress and social transformation has been the bedrock of our policy prioritization, and his visionary leadership has been our guiding light. The high-level dialogue will provide a comprehensive analysis of the government's policy priorities and the delivery mechanisms that have been instrumental in translating the President's vision into tangible results.
Over the past year, the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President has been the policy compass guiding our nation's social and economic growth and development. Tomorrow at the high-level dialogue, we will delve deeper into the government's priorities and delivery mechanisms, examining some of the successes and the challenges we've encountered, but with a keen eye on the opportunities that lie ahead. In a globalized world, the role of international cooperation cannot be overstated in the context of our national development agenda. Therefore, we seek to highlight and discuss key areas of where partnerships between the government and international development partners can significantly catalyze the delivery of the renewed hope agenda.
Well, at the 141st National Economic Council meeting in Abuja, Vice President Kashim Shettima emphasized the need for financial transparency in the Nigerian government. In a statement by his spokesperson, Stanley Nkwocha, the council noted Shettima's reference to Fitch Ratings' recent credit outlook upgrade as a sign of growing confidence in Nigeria's economy. The council resolved to bolster economic conditions nationwide, mainly focusing on supporting micro, small and medium enterprises. Discussions included ongoing efforts to address inflationary impacts, high interest rates, promotion of digital technology and proactive measures against flooding. Additionally, plans were outlined for the commencement of the implementation phase of the Human Capital Development Program.
And in an effort to improve the strained relationship between the Nigerian police and the country's youth, the ministries have launched the Young and Secure program at the Presidential Villa. Unveiled at a joint press briefing by the Minister of State for Police Affairs and Minister of State for Youth Development, the initiative aims to rebuild trust, encourage collaboration, and instill hope among young Nigerians regarding the police force. Now, this collaborative effort also seeks to bridge the gap between youth and law enforcement agencies, with key components including a civic commitment pact, a youth-centered engagement activities, and a technology-driven accountability platform. In 2020, the strained relationship between the Nigerian police and youths escalated, culminating in the country's largest protest against police brutality, known as NSAS.
The goal of the Young and Secure project is to enhance the collaboration between the youth and the police towards strengthening national security. It elevates the role of Nigerian youths in the security architecture of the nation, as the platform empowers this very vibrant segment of the society to be watchguards and active participants in ensuring the safety and security of our communities. The essence of this initiative is rooted in the belief that we are all police officers, and each with the responsibility to contribute to protection and well-being of our nation. As a young person who has traveled widely and internationally, I must say that the Nigerian youth embody the indomitable spirit. Despite the myriad challenges we face, our spirit remains unbroken, our determination unwavering. It is this indomitable spirit that must be harnessed and celebrated, for it holds the key to unlocking our national full potential.
It is within this concept that the Young and Secure initiative emerged as a critical platform to address these press issues and forge a new era in collaboration, respect, mutual empowerment between the youth and the law enforcement agents, police. This initiative brings unveiled today represent a collaborative effort between the Ministry of Police Affairs and the Ministry of Youth Development. And it is reflect on our collective determinations to address the roots, mainly both enhancing security measure or implementing top-down directive. It is about empowering our youth to become active participants in the progress of national building.
Well, the Senate has passed the Northwest Development Commission bill to address the challenges facing the 7 states in the geopolitical zone. The Senate's approval followed the consideration and adoption of the Committee on Special Duties report. The bill to establish the commission was sponsored by the Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, and 20 other senators from the 7 states in the Northwest geopolitical zone.
Of the commission will bring the federal government closer to the northwestern states, as well as meet the yearning and aspirations of the people. Recommendation: the committee, having considered the proposed bill and taken into account its relevance to the development of the northwest geopolitical zone of this country, hereby recommends that the Senate do consider and pass the Northwest Development Commission Establishment Bill 2024.
We are all aware of severe devastation that is brought into the Northwest geopolitical zone. Devastation due to Boko Haram insurgents, to banditry, kidnappings, and so on, that have destroyed most of the infrastructure of the Northwest geopolitical zone.
And in demonstration of partnership, communities from 4 states of the Niger Delta region have donated land to the Niger Delta Development Commission, the NDDC, for the agricultural specimen of its holistic opportunities for program and engagement scheme tagged Project Hope. Vietame George has details.
Project Hope was launched on the 12th of July, 2023. Designed to empower women and the youth, the program, conceived by the Managing Director of the Niger Delta Development Commission to impact the Niger Delta region, the onboarding exercise of its agricultural component is witnessed by traditional rulers and representatives of 4 communities from Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Imo, and Rivers states.
Project Hope is born out of the renewed hope agenda of the president.
Project Hope actually brings hope to the people of the Niger Delta, and it brings about stability. And all these were built on our Triple T policy, which is transiting from transaction to transformation. All this is going to bring about transforming the communities, transforming the lives of the youth, which will now ensure and guarantee sustainability. We are saying, let us partner. Let us make money together.
Changing the toga of militancy to a more respectable toga of productivity. Identifying our teaming youths in the different vocations, training, empowerment to the youths of the Niger Delta region.
Donating their lands to the project, representatives of the participating states emphasize the importance of partnership, also corroborated by the lead consultant.
To develop the region and facilitate the people's economic growth, we must have a direct partnership with the communities for executions and programs. The farm industries that will be established in their communities, they would be partners to it. Their children will top the chart on the management, and their youth would also top the chart on the workforce and labor force.
We are ready to partner with NDDC. Our land is fertile. All that you need is an organic material, and that organic material, we have it in abundance.
We are known farmers. Our land is so vast that we always look for people that will partner with us. Even if NDDC are ready to acquire the whole 500 hectares, we are ready to give to them.
We have a land that is more than that 100 hectares. There is security. We have community policing that will work with you for your own security that you people will bring.
The managing director of the NDDC, Samuel Ogbuku, enjoins the traditional rulers to inform their people on the need to register in the database of the Holistic Opportunities Program and engagement to promote accountability and transparency. Vietame George, Arise News.
Well, there's more here on Newsnight.
kids are more than precious to me. Seeing them doing well, healthy and happy brings me so much joy. I know it's my responsibility to ensure they are well nourished. So I use Dangote salt in my cooking. It is high quality salt that's refined and iodized to give great taste to my meals and also support my family's health and well-being. And it's got a name that I trust. Dangote salt is refined and iodized to help prevent iodine deficiency disorders. So give your family meals that taste delicious and support their well-being with Dangote salt. It's time to care about your salt. Choose quality, choose Dangote salt.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and *770# instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code *770#. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
You're watching Newsnight live from Nigeria's capital, Abuja. The Minister of State for the Environment, Ishaq Salako, is urging oil-producing communities to stop acts of sabotage to exacerbate environmental damage. At the maiden edition of the Environmental Performance Index, organized by the Stakeholder Democracy Network, that's the SDN, experts advocate for measures to promote a safer environment. Arise correspondent Chinaza Samuel has more.
Before the establishment of the National Oil Spill Detection Agency in 2006, Nigeria faced challenges in managing and responding to oil spills, resulting in significant land degradation, especially in the Niger Delta region. Till date, Nigeria still struggles to respond effectively to oil spill. That forms part of the reason for this gathering by stakeholders in the industry to review performance of oil companies in Nigeria.
We do recognize there are challenges facing the oil and gas industry, such as oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and insecurity. On our part as SDN, we seek to contribute to solutions to these problems, basically working with relevant stakeholders, such as the oil industries, government agencies, and communities in particular.
Expressing the importance of continuous improvement, Minister of State for Environment emphasizes the need for stronger regulatory frameworks, cleaner technologies, collaboration, and public education to ensure sustainable practices in the oil and gas sector.
Let me use this opportunity to appeal to host communities, especially the youth, where all exploitation businesses is being carried out, to avoid taking laws into their hands. From the records of NOSRA provided to me, sabotage is the highest cause of oil spill incidents in our country, accounting for about 68.5%. Such sabotage incidents not only adversely affect our national economy, they contribute largely to the environmental degradation being witnessed in oil-producing communities and poses significant threat to the health of the people.
The National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency says some oil companies have taken bold steps in addressing environmental challenges, but warns that more needs to be done.
For the oil companies, they should please make sure that they provide for their oil facilities high-level technology That is the way to go. That is the way that other oil-producing nations go.
After evaluating 73 companies from 2022 to 2023 based on key performance indicators such as spill response equipment preparedness and incident reporting, only 9 received commendation, with calls to other oil companies to do more in preventing oil spill.
Message to the companies who did not receive award today is they should look at the environmental performance index that we read out, as well as the key performance indicators. Take a look at them and make sure that between now and next award ceremony, they come up with more responsive actions.
As concerns over environmental sustainability continues to grow, stakeholders emphasize the critical role of cooperation and proactive measures in mitigating the impact of oil spills. Chinaza Samuel, Arise News.
Now, Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Boyega Oyetola, has prioritized research to safeguard the ocean's abundant resources and enhance their sustainable use. He said this during his visit to the National Institute of Fisheries and Oceanography, where he discussed the detrimental effects of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing on the economy and emphasized the need for technological solutions to protect oceanic resources.
For me to see what is going on and then see areas of collaboration. For instance, I discussed with the Prof about the need to do the mapping of our ocean. We should be able to know the actual stock of resources that are available, to be able to now know how best to harness the resources. So we're going to be collaborating a lot in this area. The issue of IUU, that's the illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, is a global problem. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. But there are technologies that have been developed to monitor and curtail all the possibilities. The unfortunate thing is that these foreigners, they harvest our fish, rebrand it, and even sometimes send it back to us. You know, we are going to be buying our own fish with our scarce, foreign exchange. It's a major problem, but I think we are going to be talking about, fighting it collectively.
Within this space, we've been able to train 400 artisans, and that has actually improved the production. If we check the statistics, Nigeria, in the area of aquaculture, we're doing 650. It has gone to plus 800,000 metric tons. And with the present drive of manpower development in the area of food security, we are going to do more. That is the expectation. Importation is just about half of the aquaculture production. In all, that's about 50% of importation. I want to assure you it's going to go down from that because of this government policy on food security.
The Delta State government has established a camp for residents of Okwama after their community was destroyed by the military. Jemima Boloko reports.
Normalcy is gradually returning to Okwama community in Delta State, following the destruction of their community by the military after the killing of 17 soldiers. The Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborowori has set up a camp for the internally displaced persons. At the Ewu Okwama IDP camp in Ugeli South local government area of the state, Committee Chairman Abraham Ogbodo says that all necessary arrangements are in place to accommodate and support the displaced residents.
We have come today to tell you that, yes, basically that the camp has been brought to speed and that it's ready for habitation and for the IDP operations proper to take off. We have just done a tour of the facility. The other thing that is not visible is what I will explain to you here now. You know, the people will be coming, there will be children among them, and they are going to be school children of school age. The good thing about this place you are seeing is that this is a secondary school ground. It is actually the old wing of what we know as a grammar school. The new wing is that way, and this is the old wing.
The camp features built rooms, access to drinking water and electricity. With these provisions, the people of Okwama can start rebuilding their lives.
For a start, we have made provisions for 200 persons. These are the foams you are seeing. These foams, they are 200 foams for 200 persons. The same number of mosquito nets, although we have also netted the windows, but we also provided these bed nets in case of mosquitoes finding themselves in
Officer, thank you, you can be outside.
That is one. Then we have supply of rice and gari. We have 25 kilogram of rice, 100 bags. The same number of bags of gari. Then we have other condiments. Those ones we are going to buy as the need arises.
Jemima Boloko, Arise News, Ugeli, Delta.
An Adamawa State High Court judge has issued a warrant of arrest against Hudu Ari, the state's suspended INEC resident electoral commissioner. The judge, Benjamin Lawan, ordered the Inspector General of Police to arrest Ari and bring him to court to stand trial on a 3-count charge. The judge issued the warrant of arrest in his ruling on the application dated and filed on April 16 by the Adamawa State government through its counsel. Counsel to the complainant, Leonard Nzadon, had urged the court to exercise its powers and direct the IGP to arrest the defendant wherever he is found, as has been evading service of the charges against him. While ruling on the application, the judge said this was the 3rd time the case had been mentioned without the defendant in court.
Now, studies have shown that 60 to 80% of cancer patients in Nigeria present to health facilities at stage 3 or 4, making treatment outcomes extremely poor. Arise Health correspondent Olije Wapera, who was at the regional seminar on promoting cancer care and early treatment, has this report.
Gathered here are key players in the healthcare sector within the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which includes 57 member states. The reason for this seminar is to find innovative approaches to cancer and early detection.
While cancer-related fatalities are on the rise in low and medium-income countries, high-income countries have been witnessing a steady decline in both the incidence and mortality rate of this disease. This decline is largely attributed to the presence of robust diagnostic and treatment facilities, adequate human resources, and effective follow-up systems.
Studies in 2020 show that over 51,000 cancer cases occur in males, with prostate cancer as the commonest at 29.8%, with over 73,000 occurring in females, with breast cancer being the commonest at 38.7%, followed by cervical cancer at 16.4%.
We have learned that some cancers affecting women like cervical and breast cancer are preventable diseases, and through regular screening and early detection, we can diagnose abnormalities before they progress to cancer.
We must all remember that civil society organizations, cancer survivors, or persons living with cancer experiences are critical in the fight against cancer in Africa.
The IEA is not about policy. The IEA is about concrete projects. It's about giving you the technology. It's about training your doctors, your oncologists, your radiotherapists, so that they are able
health facilities across the country. We will leverage on the existing health infrastructure and other stakeholders, including local and international non-governmental organizations, to reverse the trend of cancer incidence in Nigeria.
What then is the way forward?
We hereby call upon member states, 1, to invest more resources in addressing the risk factor associated with cancer by educating children at school to develop the culture of physical activities, healthy diet, lifestyle, launch public education campaigns about healthy diets, targeting adults, engage with representatives of the food industry to ensure compliance with guidelines on healthy diet and promote physical activities as part of everyday life. Strengthen implementation of early detection and screening programs for women, which focus on breast and cervical cancers, which are the most frequent and detectable cancers.
This Abuja Declaration 2024, signed and adopted by member states for the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, hopes to achieve a step-by-step approach in nipping cancer in the bud. Early detection is key, and prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Olije Wapera, Arise News.
We'll be back with more here on Newsnight. Stay with us.
I don't know what your dream is. To live your dream requires unwavering passion. But if your passion burns true, you will defy the skeptics.
And captivate countless souls.
It's 1,000% yes.
The world will never be the same.
That is how you do it.
Because you dare to dream. This is Nigerian Idol.
Nigerian Idol Season 9. Sundays at 7 p.m. West African Time. Nigerian Idol, exclusive to DSTV and GoTV.
Nigerian Idol is proudly sponsored by Techno, Stop at Nothing, and Biggie for every moment.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Still, we're changing the conversation to make sense of your world. We'll do it together, because now more than ever, you need a clear voice to guide you home. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching News Night. A former Abia State Governor, Okezie Ikpeazu, has reacted to allegations that his administration diverted 10 billion naira earmarked for a non-existing airport in Abia. Well, this follows a report by the State Governor, Alex Otti, that the former administration diverted the 10 billion naira into 32 different accounts. Arise News correspondent Nora Okafor tells us more.
The past 1 month in Abia has witnessed accusations and counter-accusations from both the former administration of Okezie Ikpeazu and the present administration of Alex Otti. This is coming on the heels of a statement by Governor Alex Otti in the US, where he alleged that the government of his predecessor squandered a whopping 10 billion naira on a non-existing airport project. The governor had based the allegation on a forensic audit report. This statement continues to trigger reactions from Abians home and abroad. At his monthly media chat, Governor Alex Otti further alleged that the money was transferred into 32 different accounts, raising further concerns.
Our engagement with the company that received the money gave an impression the then government asked him to move the monies elsewhere. He showed us letters from the then government to move the money in different tranches to 32 companies. And that he did on the instruction of the former government.
In a swift reaction, former Governor Okezie Ikpeazu says the report was far from the truth and described the report as false.
No. Far from it. In fact, they were not 32. They were about 20-something. Because the Ministry of Works got money from that. The Ministry of Public Utilities got money for street light from that. So it is wrong to say 32 contractors.
We are going to release that report so that Abians, Nigerians, and the world at large will know that contrary to what the opposition has been saying, if we have any at all, the governor spoke the truth.
The over 300 pages report from KPMG, which was a process review of the administrations of Governor Ikpeazu from 2015 to 2023, has continued to generate reactions. But the former Governor Okezie Ikpeazu also explains the reason for not going ahead with the airport project and insists no dime of the money was diverted.
Today, when the people talk about money for airport or whatever, I think they're questioning my decision to change my mind. And I have right at that time as governor to say, I don't want this airport now. Because if you land at the airport, where are you going to? You can't go to Ariara. So I had to, agree with the status quo at that time for us to finish some of this road. I'm happy that today I finished Ezuku Road from that fund. I finished Fox Road from that fund. Ungwa Road is okay. Osusu Road is okay. So today you can connect area through Osusu Road to Ezuku Market.
Many believe that the only solution would be to involve the anti-graft agency to do the needful. Nora Okafor, Arise News.
While they're asking the Efcc to do the needful, that the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, has charged the same commission, that's the EFCC, with focusing more on preventing corruption through public enlightenment in their campaign against economic and financial crimes. The minister gave the charge at the inauguration of the EFCC Radio 97.3 FM here in Abuja.
The station is EFCC Radio 97.3 FM, and a live program is on featuring the Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukoyede, and the Minister of Communication, Mohammed Idris. Unlike other media platforms, EFCC Radio is established by the Commission to galvanize the people in the anti-corruption fight.
We have a slogan that says, when you see something, you say something. One of the medium of saying something is through the radio.
Olukoyede says the establishment of the radio station is in line with Section 6 of the EFCC Act, charging it to embark on public enlightenment campaigns against economic and financial crimes within and outside the country.
And for us in the EFCC, owning a radio station is not just a status symbol, but an important organ of mobilization against graft, where communication and public engagement have the same impact and depth as our operational activities.
Chairman, House Committee on Financial Crimes, opines that considering the effect of corruption, all weapons available should be used to fight the menace.
You will agree with me that most Nigerians are not conversant with the laws of our country. Something like the spraying of naira. When you see people in ceremonies, they spray naira anyhow. Many of them don't know that they are committing crimes.
The Minister of Information charges the management and staff of the news station to abide by the ethics of the practice of broadcasting and journalism.
As Minister of Information and National Orientation, we feel very glad that you took this initiative. I've been one of those who have been arguing that we have been placing too much emphasis on catching those who are on the wrong side of the law, rather than playing a significant role in advocacy, in public enlightenment, and ensuring that deterrence is actually where the focus should be. So I'm glad that this morning, what we're witnessing here is a very significant platform for that deterrence to occur. Nobody can tell your story better than yourself.
Among other objectives, the authorities are expecting that EFCC Radio would be a marketplace of ideas, strengthen the voices against economic and financial crimes in the country, and facilitate the Commission's whistleblower policy. Ferdinand Duroha, Arise News.
Well, certainly, because there's going to be a tough one for the EFCC radio team, and knowing full well what the minister has said there is very key. You must go by the rules of journalism, of broadcasting. And I want to see how NBC will play on this.
People don't go mentioning names if you've not proven beyond all doubt that they actually committed any kind of financial infraction. Well, Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma has commended the efforts of Mbise people in diaspora for seeking to bring quality health care for the people at home. Well, speaking during the groundbreaking ceremony of the healthcare center in Mbise, Governor Uzodinma, who was represented by the Commissioner for Health, says the center, when completed, will offer affordable healthcare services. Correspondent Saturday Ocha filed the report.
Seated here are government officials, traditional rulers, politicians and businessmen from Imo State and beyond. They have come to witness the Medville world-class healthcare groundbreaking ceremony in Mbise.
For decades, geographic limitations and resource constraints have presented significant challenges in delivering high-quality medical services across our state. But I must say a very big thank you to Mbise USA for their annual medical mission that they do in Imo State.
The governor, represented by the Commissioner of Health, Prosper Sources, lauded the efforts of Mbise people in diaspora for bringing home a world-class healthcare development.
The Mbise Medville Medical City transcends these limitations. This transformative facility will be more than just a collection of buildings. It will be a comprehensive medical ecosystem designed to, one, expand the spectrum of care by housing a diverse range of specialties under one roof. The medical city will eliminate the need for residents to travel long distances for critical medical interventions. It will foster a preeminent healthcare workforce.
This means a lot. There's nothing like this in Africa. They're the first of this kind. So if we're able to achieve this here, it will convert this place, as my dear brother said, to a first world community in a third world or developing country. That's what it is. So we're very happy about it.
Speaker after speaker lauded the initiative, believing that it will usher in development and employment.
This project is so important because our people die of lack of medical care. We have so many health centers in Mbise, Imo State and in Nigeria, but they are not functioning. So one of the goals of Mbise USA is to do what? To bring development to our people.
It's a great opportunity for this land, bringing something as huge as this.
And I know it's going to give a very great opportunity for all the people, bigger investors, to come into this hometown, and every child of the soil is going to benefit from this.
The highlights of the event include women and men showcasing their prowess in dance steps.
Did you get that?
Yes. Business is up next. Stay with us.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Hello? Oga agent. Mo ti rí ilé náà. Ó wù mí gan. Báwo lẹ ṣe ní kí n wá sanwó báyìí? Kí n gbé owó wá sí ilé iṣẹ́ yín? Ó ti o. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi, ẹ la ojú yín dáadáa, kẹ́ ẹ dẹ̀ tẹ́tí yín sílẹ̀, kẹ́ ẹ gbọ́. Ilé-iṣẹ́ Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, tí wọ́n ń pè ní SCUMOL, tí wọ́n wà lábẹ́ EFCC, wọ́n ti ṣe ìfilọ̀ pé owó tó bá kọjá mílíọ̀nù 5 ẹnìkan ò gbọ́dọ̀ máa dágbé rìn, tàbí owó tó bá kọjá mílíọ̀nù 10 ilé-iṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ò gbọ́dọ̀ máa gbé rìn, torí pé ó lùdì sófin. Ẹni tó bá ṣe eléyìí á san 2,210 náírà lójoojúmọ́ fún ìgbà tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí bá ṣẹlẹ̀. Wọ́n tiẹ̀ lè fagilé ìwé tó fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ tàbí kí wọ́n ti iléeṣẹ́ ẹ̀ pa pátápátá. Ẹ má sọ pé wọn ò sọ fún yín o. Ẹ má sọ pé ẹ gbọ́ o. Ẹ má gbé owó tó pọ̀ jù ní o.
Welcome back to Newsnight. Nigeria's leading indigenous energy company, Sepet Energy PLC, has held its 11th annual general meeting in Lagos after posting very strong results for the 2023 year. The company is responsible for Nigeria's domestic gas supply, accounting for about 25% of the gas to power supply. The board has recommended a special dividend of 3 cents per share, in addition to the 12 cents awarded to shareholders in 2023. Arise News was at the meeting.
Sepet Energy's cash position has also recorded an improvement in net debt over 2022, closing the year with a net debt of $306 million. Just as profit after tax hit $124 million, exceeding that of the prior year of $105 million. Shareholders are therefore being rewarded with growth just as the company profits.
2024 is set to be a strong year for Seplat in terms of our production and our efficiencies around that. I think there are a couple of material events that we're scheduling for this year, one of which is obviously the Ano gas plant, which we had the President Tinubu inaugurated yesterday. That's a real proud moment for us as a company. And that is due to bring on stream first gas by Q3 this year, and that's going to be very material in terms of production uplift in oil through condensate and gas, but also a material game changer.
The strong performance of Seplat this year, with a turnover of over $1 billion, is evidence of the direction of movement of Seplat. We intend to continue to do even better. We are committed to a vision of Seplat Energy should be a model company, an example of excellence and respectability that inspires other Nigerian companies to achieve the highest levels of success on the global business stage.
Sepet aims to create increasingly sustainable energy solutions to provide access and meet increasing energy demand. The company is also addressing the critical challenge of climate change for society by focusing on eliminating gas flares by 2025 and achieving net zero by 2050. Fadishola Shotingwa, Arise News.
Ensuring food security for Nigeria and empowering rural communities for a sustainable future have been the hallmark of the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation. The foundation celebrated its 20th anniversary in Lagos with smallholder farmers, stakeholders, board members and associates in attendance. Arise News was there.
The British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation's 20th anniversary was a celebration of not just a passage of time, but of transformational impact in promoting modern agricultural enterprise for smallholder farmers, capacity building, youth entrepreneurship and empowerment, and alleviating poverty in communities.
When you look at agric and you look at the small-scale farmers, you look at the youth, you look at the number of entrepreneurs that need to be created in agric. The next 20 years is to build on the 20 years and to take those next 20 years to do much more and more impact than we have done.
So right now there's a lot of focus on sustainable farming, but then you think about how do you get them to be included in economically. Being included economically means getting them from being farmers to being able to sell. There's focus on rural farming. How do you get people to be in the semi-urban and urban locations? So still the same segment, but doing more within the segment and giving them access.
We have impacted over 300,000 farmers directly. That has spanned through 1.7 million beneficiaries across board. We have done that in a variety of ways, through a variety of thematic areas. One that funds farmers, ones that train farmers, ones that provide humanitarian aid to farmers in form of water and other specific needs. One that also sees that the future of agriculture and the future of food sustainability is hinged around young people.
At the heart of BATNF's foundation are interventions and collaborations to harness the wealth of agricultural products. The foundation's footprints have spanned far and wide, reaching over 7 million beneficiaries. Fadishola Shotingwa, Arise News.
Now, Golden Penny Foods has hosted a dealer conference and gala night honoring its top-performing distributors, themed around the principles of breakthrough leadership and extreme execution. The event provided a platform for acknowledging the remarkable achievements of individuals within the distributor network. The B2C Gala Night was a celebration and a testament to the company's commitment to giving back to its dealers with rewards, recognizing their dedication and hard work. The event served as a testament to the company's unwavering commitment to fostering collaboration and mutual success within its network, further solidifying its position as a leader in the industry.
And finally, on Newsnight tonight, the Oba of Benin is set to receive 39 pieces of Benin artifacts from the Swedish government. Well, Sweden's ambassador to Nigeria conveyed the Swedish government decision when she paid a courtesy visit to the Oba of Benin Palace in Benin City. Well, the Benin monarch, Oba Iware II, recalled how he made a request through the Swedish monarch in 1998 to return Benin bronzes in Sweden during his courtesy visit to him as Nigerian ambassador to the Scandinavian nations. Well, he says he's happy that his request has finally been approved.
Well, with that fine note from the Oba of Benin, Oba Ewai II, we say many thanks for being such nice company on the news tonight with me, Sulaiman Alede.
And with me, Ngozi Alebu. Thanks for watching.
Down, come on, line. Down.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Still, we're changing the conversation to make sense of your world. We'll do it together, because now more than ever, you need a clear voice to guide you home. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Welcome to the show. I'm Jennifer Olize, your host for the next hour, as we venture into the world of entertainment and talk and everything showbiz, because this is Arise 360. Yes, it's certainly going to be a great show because, as always, I'll be telling you what's been happening all across the world. So coming up today on Arise 360, first, we'll be taking a look at what's been making the headlines across the four corners of the globe on our trip around the world. Then, we'll be talking with Zainab Ado Bayero, a filmmaker and a daughter of the late Emir of Kano State, Ado Bayero. Stay with us, all that and more, right here on Arise 360. Now, let's take a look at some of the top stories that have made the international headlines, and that means a look around a day around the world. Okay, so the judge has given Joe Jonas and Sophia Turner 30 days to continue their divorce settlement negotiations, or they'll dismiss their case for lack of prosecution. This comes after Sophie petitions to reactivate the divorce process after the proceedings were temporarily paused while the former couple were mediating to negotiate property and child custody arrangements. In September 2023, Joe Jonas began the legal steps to end his marriage to Sophia Turner in Miami, with 4 years of marriages behind them. Jonas stated the marriage between them is irretrievably broken. Now, Joe Jonas recently revealed that Sophie was an irresponsible mother who likes to party since she was seen hanging around with Taylor Swift. However, she confessed it was absolutely shocking, it wasn't true, and she cannot believe all the lies that are being spread about her by her ex-husband. So now, Sophia, the Game of Thrones actress, said that her recent split was the worst few years of her life. Like, she's been literally having the worst time of her life. She also stated that she wasn't happy to be called the wives. Remember, there are three brothers, Joe, Nick, and the other one. And the other one is married to Priyanka Chopra, who is married to Nick. So they usually refer to the three of them as the wives, and she just didn't like that. So she's really, really done with this marriage. Now, let's take our next story. Universal Music Group and its CEO, Lucien Grange, have been dropped from Rodney Littledrop-Jones' sexual harassment lawsuits against Diddy. They were dismissed from the lawsuit Jones filed in February, which alleged that the company and Grange aided and abetted in abuse perpetrated by the Bad Boys record founder, Diddy. Diddy's attorney for Universal Music Group argued the accusations against the company were offensively false and would seek legal penalties against Jones' lawyer. Diddy has been in the news for all sorts, but I mean, we just wish him all the best. Let's take our next story. 50 Cent. 50 Cent never misses an opportunity to speak his mind on social media, even if it means trolling literally anyone. And now in his latest victim is none other than longtime rivalry, Jay-Z. 50 Cent seems to think that Jay-Z's silence and distance is intentional in light of Diddy's ongoing sexual assault cases. The rapper recently claimed that Jay-Z is laying low until the legal situation blows over. He also posted a distorted image of Hove on his social media. This isn't the first time 50 has trolled Jay over his silence regarding Diddy's recent legal issues. Now, we all know 50 Cent is like relentless on trolling celebrities, especially if he doesn't like you, he will come for you. 50 Cent, like he's so talented, but I don't know how he has that time to be having Twitter fingers and be trolling big-time celebrities like himself. Now, he started off with Diddy, now he has moved to Jay-Z. Obviously, Jay-Z is not going to reply to 50 Cent, but he's just trying his luck, obviously, for the attention. Now, this is not the first time he's throwing shades at Jay-Z. He recently claimed that Jay-Z's marriage to Beyonce catapulted him into his mainstream success. Yes, obviously, we know there's a huge relationship. Jay-Z, Beyonce, Jay-Z brought Beyonce up, Beyonce brought Jay-Z up. That's fine. 50 Cent, you can't... That's okay. They're married. They're okay to elevate themselves. There's no need to troll them, okay? Now, and in case you don't know why he's been trolling P. Diddy, let me give you some tea on this news. So the whole beef is actually because 50 Cent... Okay, so P. Diddy started having something with 50 Cent's baby mama, Dolphin Joy. And obviously, 50 Cent had it. Like, he was like, that's unacceptable. So since then, he's just had this huge hatred for Diddy. And if you check his social media, he has been trolling Diddy since all the lawsuits came out. It is non-stop. 50 Cent, take your time. Let's take our next story. The Swedish government has resolved to return 39 pieces of the Benin artifacts in her museum to the custody of the Oba of Benin. This disclosure followed the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Gazeta, which recognized ownership and vesting custody and management of the repatriated Benin artifacts in the Oba of Benin. The Swedish ambassador to Nigeria, Annika Han Hungland, conveyed the Swedish government decision when she paid a visit to the Oba of Benin's palace in Benin City, Edo State. The Benin monarch, Oba Owure II, recalled how he made a request through the Swedish monarch in 1998 to return Benin's bronze in Sweden during his courtesy visit to him as Nigerian ambassador to Scandinavian countries. And he is finally happy that it has been approved. We're very happy about this news. Obviously, over history, all our artifacts have been, most of our artifacts have been away. They're like in the UK, in Sweden, and the Sweden government has definitely agreed to return it to us. And I would love for our artifacts to be in our museums. Yes, we have a lot of museums, but we don't see people actually going to the museums to check out the artifact because they are in other people's museums. So now that they're actually returning our artifact, it would be nice for people to see this and use this as a tourism opportunity in Lagos, Nigeria, to check out the museums where the artifacts will be placed. Now, let's take up our next story. We have legendary singer and songwriter Stevie Wonder is officially Ghanaian. Yes, on the musical icon's 74th birthday, he was granted Ghanaian citizenship by the nation's president, Nana Akufo-Addo. The president of Ghana presented a certificate at the ceremony to the Grammy Award-winning star and also a birthday cake with a Ghanaian flag iced on top. The superstar was born and bred in the U.S. state of Michigan, but has had a long interest for Ghana, especially after Stevie Wonder headlined the Ghanaian Music Festival in the 1990s. He believed his ancestral lineage could be traced to Ghana. He has ever since expressed his desire to set up a home there, and now he's finally a citizen. Congratulations, Stevie Wonder, on your citizen to Ghana. Hopefully, when you're in Ghana, you just take an hour flight to Nigeria to visit us here in Lagos. Congratulations, that's wonderful news. Let's take our next story. Justin and Hailey Bieber have announced their pregnancy. Yes, they are expecting their first child together after renewing their wedding vow in Hawaii. Now, the couple shared this video and images of Hailey debuting her bump in a white lace dress. In fact, Justin and Hailey already picked out their first baby names together way before they shared the news of Hailey's pregnancy with the world. They are also starting to decorate their nursery, and they can't wait to meet the baby. The announcement was made on Instagram, including a very lovely video of the couple. Let's take a look.
I'm starting to be open.
Congratulations to Justin Bieber and Hailey Bieber. We're definitely happy about this good news. Recently, remember that Justin was down with Bell's palsy recently, and Hailey recently just shared a picture of him shedding tears on Instagram. So hopefully now we know that everything is going well and they are happy. So good luck. Let's move on to our next story. Niniola, who is the queen of Afro House and also the sister to Afrobeat star Tenny, celebrates her 10 years in the music industry. Niniola came into the music industry in 2013 after coming third place on Project West Africa. A decade later, and she's still bringing out non-stop hits. She recently dropped a video to her latest song, Level, in celebration of her 10 years in the music industry. Let's take a look. Niniola, queen of Afro House. Someone was asking me the other day that, is it Afro House? I said, yes, there's Afro House. Afrobeats is different. Afro House is African music and like dance music. So it's mixed together. And it's only like Niniola that is doing this right now. And she's absolutely taking up the stage in every way. Her sound is different. She looks different. And she's also Tenny's sister. A lot of people don't know that. I don't know why. So good luck to Niniola. 10 years in the industry. We expect more years from you. Keep it going. Let's move on to our next story. Yesterday, we were talking about Portable. Yes, he was trending all over social media. He was arrested for the 14 million naira debt he incurred when he purchased the G-Wagon. Well, he has been released after spending a night in prison. Police granted him bail to regain his freedom just few hours after he gained freedom. Portable released a song titled Spider-Man, making reference to how he was released. Oh my God, that video is hilarious. I hate to laugh at anyone in distress. It's not my kind of thing, but you can't help but laugh at that video. The way he was jumping around. He's actually a Spider-Man. But what beats me is that how did Portable bring out that song in less than 1 day? Spider-Man, Portable, now you know. Okay, so now we're going to take another short break and we'll be back. Stay tuned on Arise 360 because coming up we'll be having Zainab Ado Bayero, a filmmaker and daughter of the late Emir of Kano State, Ado Bayero. Stay with us.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary earners.
Welcome back to Arise 360. I'm Jennifer Olize. It's time to turn our attention to the world of streaming, cinemas, movie stars, and more as we bring you up to date to what's been happening in film and television. The importance of celebrating leaders who have made an impact in the country one way or another can not be overstated. My guest on the show today is doing exactly that by making a documentary about the life of Ado Bayero, a former emir of Kano State, who happens to be her father. Joining me on the show today to discuss her work, My Father the Emir. The portrait of Ado Bayero is Zainab Ado Bayero. Welcome to Arise 360, Zainab.
Thank you
nice
so
to
much.
meet you.
Pleasure
nice to meet you.
Thank you.
When I heard you were coming on the show, I was quite intrigued. I was like, I can't wait to ask you all the questions. So how are you? Tell me about yourself. Tell me about you.
Okay.
We know about your dad. Now tell me, who is Zainab?
Oh, wow. Okay. Zainab is a bit complex. I'm an introvert.
Okay.
I'm quite shy. I'm not too I'm not a social kind. I'm very into myself and very deep. I'm a deep thinker. I love to read. I love to watch movies. I love to reflect a lot. So I kind of, I'm artistic, you know, and I love fashion, I love adventure. So I guess those are my attributes, actually.
Nice. But why did you say complex? Can I ask?
Well, because I'm shy, but at the same time, I believe in standing up for myself, you know.
So it's too, like,
yeah, like
you're reserved, but you still have to do what you have to
like
do.
When
like being here right now.
Yeah,
which
like
is
when I
very
have
brave.
to do it, I have to put myself out there.
Yeah,
yes,
very
I
important.
have to do that. But
Very.
I'm really, really shy. But when it's time for me to like stand up for myself and be vocal and do what I believe in, yes, I do it.
I love that. That's very good.
Thank you.
So, how was it growing up with your dad? How was it in Kano? You lived in Kano, obviously, before you moved to Lagos.
Yes.
How was that? What was your childhood like growing up with the emir of Kano?
Yeah, that's why I sound very complex. My dad, you know, was a monarch in a very conservative society like Kano, you know, the spiritual, political leader for a great emirate in Kano. And at the same time, my mom wasn't from Kano. She was from Edo State, another kingdom, and from a royal home. So I was raised by my mom, but my dad, being the leader of Kano, you know, he had so much expectations of his kids, you know, and he was a strict father, you know, being an Islamic, you know, leader and stuff like that. So my mom raised me to be very independent, to be vocal, and at the same time modern, you know.
Okay.
And my dad really wanted like that strict Muslim girl. But my mom kind of said, okay, there has to be like, you know, she has to be a Muslim, but at the same time, she has to be a bit modern to fit into the changing world. So, but being the daughter of a great king like him was really incredible because he was a very loved, you know, and respected monarch. So when I got to realize how much people respected and loved him, I was in awe myself because, you know, I just thought he was my dad. But I didn't know he was even like a father to so many people, millions of people, you know, who loved and also respected him. Like, oh, he's also our dad, he's our royal father, you know. So it was pretty remarkable.
Wow, that sounds remarkable. So he was the longest reigning monarchy in Kano. So how long was that reign for?
51 years.
51 years.
Yeah, half a century.
Half a century.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I'm sure you grew up differently. to other kids around, the other children around. How was it like being, so would you call yourself a princess? Or how would that, I want to know, how was it growing up with other children, knowing that you were the emir's daughter?
Yeah, you know, it can be a blessing.
Okay.
But at the same time, it can be really difficult sometimes because when I was a kid, when I was in school in Kano, I went to school for a year in London before coming back to Kano. So I was speaking in kind of a British accent, you know, I was kind of different. And the kids would be like, oh, she's the emir's daughter. Like, oh, she's going to give us like attitude and stuff like that. But I wasn't really that girl, you know. I was just normal. I was shy, you know. But you hear snarky remarks sometimes, like, oh, she feels she's a princess and she's all up on her face and all that. Even when you're not doing anything wrong, you know, kids can be really like jealous sometimes. But so sometimes I would feel like, oh, I wish I could just like blend in
and be normal.
Be normal sometimes. But later on, I made friends. I think they got used to it. She's just Zainab. But yeah, sometimes you hear that, oh, Adobero's daughter, you know, stuff like that. But I learned to get used to it.
Okay, so you're obviously used to it now.
Yeah.
And you're used to the talks, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It comes with the territory.
I know, right? So can you tell us about the impact your dad made in the society?
Yeah, you know, he was someone who was very... he was a progressive man, you know, being a Muslim leader in Kano. You know, he had to be the custodian of Islam, but at the same time, he learned to balance that because, you know, Kano is a very metropolitan city with so many different tribes and races, you know. So he always tried to be progressive in that respect, you know, like different people are in Kano. He always tried to preach like acceptance of different religions, different people. So in that aspect, I think that's one of his greatest achievements of being someone who was a uniting force and a peacemaker in Nigeria. I mean, he had so many friends, you know, from different parts of Nigeria and the world. You know, he had Igbo friends from the east, he had Yoruba friends, you know, different parts of Nigeria. You know, he made friends, he made, you know, impacts in people's lives in different ways. And that's what a leader should be. And I don't think we get those kind of leaders anymore. He wasn't just someone who talked the talk. He walked the walk.
Oh, okay. That's wonderful. I really love that. So talking about leadership, I mean, now that you're a filmmaker, do you have any aspirations to go into politics and be a leader yourself?
You know, politics is so complicated. You know, it's a game that you can't really, you know, predict. And I'm someone who's very straightforward. I'm very blunt. But at the same time, I see what's going on in the world around me, in the society, and I wish I could make a change, you know. Sometimes you feel like, you know, maybe you should go out there and try to do something and not just sit behind it. So let's just let it be. This is how things are. No. I mean, if we go out there, we can make a change. I mean, I think of the civil rights movement, what sparked it. You know, Rosa Parks just got up and said, I am not going to do that.
Exactly.
I'm going to take my seat today. And that's what, you know, lit the fire for the civil rights movement and ended segregation. So I think that if I have the opportunity, why not? I would love to, like, make a change, make lives better in any way I can. If I could, if it's with politics, if it's movies, fine. But I mean, that's who my father was. I would love to carry that torch to try and unite Nigerians to make things better in any way I can. Because I believe the diversity in Nigeria is not helping. You know, it's about tribal differences, religious differences, and it shouldn't be like that. You know, we're all Nigerians. We're a beautiful country. I think the differences is what makes us amazing. You see the Yoruba man speaking the Yoruba language. You see the Igbos, the Hausas. So let's try and unite.
That's very good. I like that aspect. And I do hope you go into leadership one day so that you can continue
Thank
the
you.
legacy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, so now let's dive into this documentary, right? A documentary. Why not a movie? Let's start with that. Why did you decide to do a documentary? Because that could have easily been a smash movie. Tell me.
Yeah, right. A biopic, you know, lots of biopics are out there about great figures, whether it's the monarchs, political figures. With a documentary, I figured it would detail more about him. You know, you get archival footages of him in his own words. You see him, you know, footages of him. You hear his voice in his own words, you know, speaking. So I really wanted people to feel him, not just someone playing him, you know. So that's why I decided, let me start with a documentary. And he loved documentaries.
Okay.
You know, I remember as a kid growing up, he would put the History Channel or Discovery. And back then, I wasn't really a fan of documentaries, which is crazy and ironic. But today, I'm beginning my career with a documentary about my dad. How, you know, that's really beautiful to think that my dad really encouraged me to love documentaries when I was a kid, even though I didn't know the beauty. But now, doing it, I see what he meant. I think in Nigeria, we should learn, you know, to love documentaries a bit more. Yeah, I get movies, music, fashion. We have so much talent, but if we could go a little more into documentaries, it would be great too, because we have such beautiful cultures, you know, different aspects of Nigeria that we could showcase with documentaries, you know. Telling stories with documentaries is really incredible.
Very incredible. I love documentaries too. I'm a documentaries fan. Well, would you consider doing a movie someday?
Of course, I would love to do a feature film. Absolutely. I love movies. You know, movies are my first love. So I would love to direct a movie, you know, beautiful, like even a biopic or a fictional story that would really like inspire people. I love movies so much. You know, I've watched movies over the years. So many movies have transformed my life, you know, with the storylines. You know, a great movie can just move you to tears, make you feel ecstatic, get so much feelings. I mean, I think everyone knows the line from Casablanca. And, you know, iconic movies like that, The Godfather, you know, they're just timeless classics. So I would love to. I don't know if I could ever do a movie that's that great, but
why not?
I would love to produce and direct a movie that people come and see. Yeah.
So being obviously in the industry, what were some of the challenges you faced as a first-time filmmaker while you were making your documentary? And like, how long, what was the duration, the process, and like, tell us some things that happened during that whole journey.
Yeah, the journey started with me writing the script. I wrote it myself after researching. Yeah.
Okay.
And I had to decide how to write it, you know, what to write about him. And then, you know, that was like pre-production.
Okay.
Then the production phase was getting like a team that would work with me, you know, an editor, DOP. And then directing it myself was a great risk.
You directed it yourself too?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know.
Wrote and directed it. That's brilliant.
Thank you so much. And so I had to decide how I wanted to shoot it, how I wanted the story to be told. It was more complicated than I thought, and it was a really daunting task. But at the end, you know, when it was over and I was done, I was like, whoa, it was a sigh of relief that, wow, I've done it, you know, I've created something that, you know, I'm part of this industry now, I guess, of, you know, movie making, the art of cinema. And I started with my dad's story, and that felt so powerful to me. You know, being a female from the North, a royal family from the North, this is historic.
Very.
It has never happened. You know, you don't get even royals, I don't know, in Nigeria going into filmmaking. You know?
That's true. That's actually true. So you're one of the first.
Exactly. And as a woman and as a Muslim from a very conservative society like Kano, like...
that's actually my next question for you. As a young female Muslim...
Exactly.
And, you know, it's already tough being a woman as in general.
Exactly.
Then being a Muslim and from the royal family, you're meant to be conservative.
I've got 3 strikes against me there.
Wait, you need to tell us about that. What do you mean strikes, and how does that happen?
You know what I'm saying, as you said, as women, we have to fight in a man's world. And, most industries are male-dominated. And you have to fight your way to prove yourself as a lady. Then as a Muslim, as a Muslim girl coming from a society that's so conservative, I'm going to be judged, definitely, and especially as a royal. This is not expected. And I don't know why. I don't know who wrote the rules. And I don't believe in those rules. I believe as a Muslim girl, I have a choice, to do anything, go into any industry. It doesn't matter, You don't need to be stifled by your religion. And for someone like me who doesn't really cover up or wear the hijab, that's definitely the North. They're not going to be very comfortable with that. But this is me. I don't want to pretend to be what I'm not. I'm a modern girl in a contemporary world. I'm a Muslim. I believe in Allah. I pray and all that. But at the same time, my ideology is very modern. I'm a feminist. I believe in equality of the sexes. I don't believe in being submissive. I don't believe in being, in the back seat, I would say. I believe in taking the reins, So this is not what was really expected of a Muslim girl from the North, from the royal home. And I know there are a lot of people against me for doing this, but I'm not doing anything wrong. I love my dad. It's a passion project. I want people to remember that my dad was here, that he had an incredible life, and his legacy is important for Nigerians, for Africans.
Yes.
We need to celebrate our heroes. I'm celebrating my dad, who is a personal hero to me. Nice. But I think he was a hero in Nigeria, too, because he was a political figure who got to experience Nigeria for 5 decades. He got to play a pivotal role in our country. But if someone out there believes that because I don't really cover up, I'm not that typical Muslim girl, then I'm sorry, but I'm not going to apologize. I'm unapologetic for who I am. But I know I'm doing what's right for my father. And I'm blazing a trail for other Muslim girls in the North. Whether they want to look up to me or not is their choice. But I believe with my choices that I can inspire a girl who wants to be different, who wants to break the mold and say, okay, if Zainab Bayero can do it, what's wrong with me doing it?
I can do it too.
Exactly.
That's a very, very, very good footstep to follow. But I want to find out. So when you go to Kano, do you still go back to Kano?
Yeah, I shot this in Kano, actually.
Okay.
That was in 2022.
So these are real-life footages of places that you actually went to. Yes. Did you use your house as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, my father, the family home, the palace, everything is featured in this. Yeah.
I definitely have to see it. Okay, so when you go there, do you have to change, or you're still yourself, being
in Kano City?
In Kano, yes.
No, I don't change.
Okay.
I dress this way.
Okay.
But sometimes I do cover up when I'm in Kano.
Okay.
But no, I've never been that girl who wants to fit the mold. I march to the beat of my own drum.
Ooh.
And I know it robs a lot of people bad ways sometimes, men who are in charge. When you're vocal, when you're out there, they feel threatened.
Of course.
Especially a patriarchal society.
Of course.
Like the Kano Emirate. A woman coming out this way is not really expected. It's kind of unconventional. Kind of get threatened by that, but I'm not a threat to anyone. If they want to feel threatened, then that's their business. But
wow.
This is me living my life.
And as you should, as you should. Okay, so right now, I want us to just take a look at the documentary so we can get a feel of what it's really about. Okay. Let's take a look.
Ida Makama is now a national museum, a primary school, and serves as the official residence of the Makama.
that were erected by King Ijimasu in 1095.
The counter-coup of 1966 sent shockwaves amongst the Igbo officers and civilians who had not foreseen such an offensive and made them question their safety in the north.
Alhaji Dr. Ado Bayero, I will refer to as one of the most important living legends of this century.
Occupies this elevated and exalted position as the longest serving, emir in the north.
Alhaji Ado Bayero, the Emir of Kano, is a special man. He is a man chosen by God.
Bravo! I have to clap. That looked stunning.
Thank you so much.
That I was feeling like shivers and stuff.
Goosebumps.
The effects was like boom, 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 boom.
Thank you.
Wait, I need to talk about the Emir's fashion though. Can we
You
just
noticed
talk
that,
about,
right?
Like,
He
can
was
we
a
just talk
fashion
about
icon,
that
honestly.
fashion?
He had
Like,
incredible taste in fashion. Like,
oh my God, that is spectacular. How did you feel seeing him dress up like all to the max from head to toe?
In his
Everything-
regalia.
Yes, the
Yeah.
regalia is so,
Yeah.
and it was so regal and so elegant.
Absolutely,
How
just
did they-
like royal to the max. That's who he was. And his style was always very unique. And, he was very debonair, dapper. I think you would notice even in his life, with his limousines and all the stuff. He was really out there. And he was always dressed to the nines, He always looked really rich and really amazing. Even when I would see him, I'd be like, wow. And he was a very handsome man also.
Oh, you
Yeah.
seem so proud of him.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, we're so proud of him too.
Yeah.
Like now, even now, are you still being, do people still refer, do they still recognize and refer you as, the Emir's daughter?
I've always been very private.
Okay.
This is the first time that I've really ever been out there, promoting this documentary because I have no choice. I have to promote it. But I'm very, very intensely private, to tell you the truth. Like I told you, I'm shy. But with this project, I had to be out there to showcase and remind people that this great man once ruled that there was a time that you had amazing men. You know, men who had dignity, honor, who were honest, you know, true leaders, you know, and I want to take people back into that, you know, with this documentary, you know, of kind of a lost era. I don't know. Ever since his demise, I feel like there's a vacuum, like a void, you know. You don't get men like this anymore. And I think that we should learn, like even the future generations, like kids today should learn about this man, who he was, what he represented, you know. He's a great and dynamic man. And I think Nigerians should, you know, get to see this.
We're definitely going to watch your documentary and we'll be learning more. Like you said, Nigerians should learn more about great dynamic men like your father. So that's Zainab on My Father, the Emir, a portrait of Ado Bayero. Now, time for a short break, but do stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Thank you.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Africa sits on the brink of unparalleled transformation. Leading financial institutions are embracing digitalization. Access Bank is at the forefront, redefining banking for the modern age. With digital solutions that transcend borders and bold partnerships that support financial inclusion, this isn't just banking, it's a blueprint for the Africa of tomorrow. Access, more than banking.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Jennifer Olize, and you've been watching Arise 360. Well, it's from music to creative arts now, because it's time to find out what's been grabbing everyone's attention around the world in arts and culture. So now, back to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Remember, they just had a charity event in aid of the Nigeria Unconquered, a charity dedicated to empowering and rehabilitating wounded soldiers like Prince Harry's Foundation, the Invictus Games. Arise correspondent Adesiwa Bello Giwa Osage has this report. Take a look.
During their visit to Nigeria, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex graced a charity gala at the Lagos Polo Club on Sunday, May 12, 2024. This unique collaboration between the club, Unconquered Nigeria, and the Invictus Games, a cause close to Prince Harry's heart, highlighted not only the noble cause, but also celebrated the club's remarkable journey since its inception in 1904.
It's a rare opportunity for us to have a member of the House of Windsor amongst us in Lagos Polo Club. So, yes, everybody is. That's why we've tried to put our best foot forward. We've had a fresh coat of paint around the club, so you can see everything is fresh and bright, and we can't wait to have the Duke and Duchess of Sussex among us.
Thank you. And he would not be the, Prince Harry will not be the first member of the House of Windsor to be in Polo Club, is that right? Do we have some history here between the club and the royal family?
Absolutely. Adesua, you're absolutely right. Harry is keeping very, very good company. The first member of the House of Windsor was the Duke of Gloucester, actually. Back in the 70s, he was a very, very close friend of the head of state at the time, General Yakubu Gowon. He was first secretary of the High Commission here. So he was a diplomat, a member of the House of Windsor, and he played polo here back in the 70s. So Harry is keeping very, very good company. That's the Duke and Duchess.
The royal couple received a warm welcome from the Lagos Polo Club's president, Mr. Bode Makonjola, and his wife Moyo as they arrived for the exhibition game.
Look, I'm always excited to play polo. Bonus to play in front of a prince, from a prince to another. So welcome to the Sussexes. I hope they enjoyed watching us play polo.
The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, the royals' host in Nigeria, highlighted Prince Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's invaluable support to Nigerian troops, emphasizing their role in uplifting morale within the ranks.
It has brought Nigeria back into the limelight, especially for the members of the armed forces. Now they feel a sense of belonging. I mean, for the first time we see Nigerians rallying around against, in support of the members of the armed forces, especially those who are injured. I mean, we've lost a couple of friends, colleagues. A lot of them are injured due to IEDs and other attacks during operations. But this, the Duke of Sussex and the Duchess coming to come and celebrate with us means that internationally everybody is aware of the sacrifice Nigerian armed forces have been making, and this is good for us because it increases the morale of our troops. And once they see that they are being honored, they are being appreciated, they'll be ready to give in more.
Amidst the charity event and thrilling exhibition game, children from the Lagos Polo Club's riding school celebrated their graduation in a captivating showcase. Symbolizing the triumph of their impactful journey to Nigeria, Prince Harry and Meghan bestowed medal upon these young graduates during a heartwarming ceremony. The day's event showcased the Lagos Polo Club, one of the premier clubs in Africa, and it's poised to create an enduring legacy rooted in its illustrious history.
We're particularly excited because his grand uncle, I believe, Prince William, of the Duke of Gloucester, was here between 1965 to 1967. He actually won a couple of trophies. The Majakudini Cup, as you know, one of the highest trophies, was contested for then, and he won that. The Kaiser Wilhelm Cup, the Independence Cup, was also contested, and he's played there. So he was a member of the Lagos Polo Club. So we're very excited to welcome the Duke and Duchess. I'm sure a lot of our guests would have loved to see him on the field, but hopefully we'll have him back again and get him to play some chukkers with us.
The event served as a fitting finale for the Sussexes tour. Prince Harry has always been an avid polo player and has often participated in polo matches and tournaments, both in the United Kingdom and around the world. And importantly, it highlighted the critical importance of comprehensive support for members of Nigeria's armed forces. Adesua Giwa-Osage, Arise News, Lagos.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the show, and that's it for us on Arise 360 today. Goodbye from all of us in Lagos, as well as over there in London. Remember to catch us every day at 5 p.m. right here on Arise News. So until tomorrow, I'm Jennifer Olize, and this has been Arise 360. Thank you for watching.
I don't know what your dream is. To live your dream requires unwavering passion. But if your passion burns true, you will defy the skeptics.
And captivate countless souls.
It's 1,000% yes.
The world will never be the same.
That is how you do it.
Because you dared to dream.
This is Nigerian Idol.
Catch the premiere of Nigerian Idol Season 9, starting 21st of April, 7 p.m. West African time. Nigerian Idol, exclusive to DSTV and GoTV.
Nigerian Idol is proudly sponsored by Techno, Stop at Nothing, and Biggie, for every moment.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash-strapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. It doesn't matter if you run a salary account with First Bank or any other bank. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select loans, select First Advance, and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First Bank.
Now only you they behave like this. You go hold this one, take wedge am.
Our candidate to get our votes.
Thank you. You know, say the last time, I saw you still come bring all this thing. After election, we don't see you again. This time different. This time you chop, I chop. And they come back. Oh my God.
Hey. All the money and the goodies wey they give una so, e no go last now 6 months. Una suppose mobilize for good governance. Wey be say road go good, lights go dey, everything goes chill.
You think say we be mumu? Thing we want do, e dey our mind.
So why una go collect the rice and the money?
All this one na our palliative wey they don't fair keep. If we no collect this rice and money now, the fit carry caterpillar come destroy this house. Election day, we know wetin we want to do. Labour Party, all the way.
Hey, Edo people, una too wise. Vote wisely. Vote Olumide Osaibovo Akpata as governor. Vote Labour Party.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Still, we're changing the conversation to make sense of your world. We'll do it together, because now more than ever, you need a clear voice to guide you home. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
The Duchess Wellness Service is a premium quality health assessment and review designed primarily to focus on the early detection and treatment of long-term chronic disease. The range of diagnostic and treatment services available within the packages we offer are the very highest standard, comparable to health screening services offered in medical tourism destinations such as Dubai, Europe, and the United States.
It's affordable, it's not as expensive as you might think, it's definitely far cheaper than going abroad. And the fact that it's at home with local personnel who you can relate with and in an environment that's friendly and conducive, I think I'll thoroughly recommend it.
The extraordinary resources, technological advancements and treatments deployed at the Duchess International Hospital, all of which are required to reverse the trend of medical tourism abroad, would not have been possible without the funding and support received from our partners throughout the healthcare industry, and especially from Access Bank.
Where's Glory?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello? Where Glow now?
I dare here.
Glow don't go village. Tell all our customer abi.
Everybody pay attention. See, now Glow berekete 10x.
Now he might they take tension my customers.
Now they dash me 10 times the credits when I load. Or even summer me double data join.
Yeah.
Wait,
So with 1.5 wey they give all of us, so you dey enjoy up to 15,000 naira credit and data.
And I say I never finish you. See, una say if you enjoy, if una join Global Rekete 10x, una go get 1,000 naira welcome credit. Finish.
Gulo, you don't win.
Una see dey here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Glow. Please save na Glow we dey find. Na Glow we dey go. Okay, so
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Global Rekete 10x. You also get 1,000 naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Still, we're changing the conversation to make sense of your world. We'll do it together, because now more than ever, you need a clear voice to guide you home. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Daybreak from Arise News, your early morning briefing with all the world news and information to start your day. I am Ndi Amunko.
Good morning. Coming up at 7:30, we review the front pages of top local and international papers. We're reaching live from Nigeria's capital of Abuja.
Here are the main global stories. We're starting the news this hour from Gaza, where 5 Israeli soldiers have been killed by Israeli tank fire in Jabalia refugee camp in the north of the Strip. Troops went back into the area this week after previously pulling out, saying Hamas had regrouped there. Tens of thousands of Palestinians have fled the fighting and bombardment. Both the Israeli military and Hamas military wing said that battles in Jabalia camp and the surrounding towns were intensifying. Battles are taking place in the southern city of Rafah too. 600,000 people have fled the fighting there.
Meanwhile, wounded Palestinians are waiting desperately for the Rafah border crossing to reopen. Israeli troops seized control of the crossing last week, stopping vital aid from entering and preventing anyone leaving for medical treatment. One of those who requires urgent help is 5-year-old Mohammed. He lost his sight and suffered a head wound during an Israeli attack. But like many others, he's stuck in a Gaza hospital where staff can do little to help.
The doctors here did what they could, but we still need the authorities to cooperate with us and open the border crossing, because this is a child, and we would want him to live like other children in the world. He has the right to treatment. He has the right for medical care.
I was wounded for the sake of a bag of flour. I got 10 shots. 8 shots were from a tank in my leg, 1 shot in my pelvis, and a shot in my hand, of course. Up until now, I'm suffering from the pain. I don't have any treatment. There is no treatment in the hospital.
Israel's Minister of Defense says he's opposed to Israeli military rule in post-war Gaza. The comments by Yoav Gallant are seen as a direct challenge to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Gallant says Hamas must be defeated and the captives returned, but the groundwork must also be laid for alternative Palestinian rule.
כבר ערב התמרון הצבאי בחודש אוקטובר הציגה מערכת הביטחון לקבינט את תוכנית המלחמה עם קביעה כי נדרש לפרק את גדודי החמאס ובמקביל לפעול ליצירת אלטרנטיבה שלטונית פלסטינית מקומית לא עוינת. מאז אוקטובר אני שב ומעלה את הנושא ברציפות בדיוני הקבינט המצומצם והמורחב ללא תשובה. סופה של המערכה הצבאית במעשה המדיני. היום שאחרי חמאס יושג רק על ידי שליטה של גורמים פלסטינים בליווי בינלאומי שיהוו חלופה שלטונית לחמאס. זה לפני הכל אינטרס ישראלי. לצערי, התוכנית לא הובאה לדיון, וגרוע מכך, לא הובאה חלופה אחרת לדיון במקומה. אי החלטה משמעותה החלטה בפועל. כתוצאה ממציאות זו, מתפתחת מגמה מסוכנת, המקדמת ממשל צבאי ואזרחי ישראלי ברצועת עזה. זוהי חלופה רעה ומסוכנת למדינת ישראל, אסטרטגית, ביטחונית וצבאית.
Africa is urging the UN's top court to order a halt to Israel's offensive on Rafah, saying attacks on the southern Gaza city must be stopped to ensure the survival of the Palestinian people. South Africa's ambassador to the Netherlands, Visumizu Madonsela, asked judges to order Israel to immediately, totally and unconditionally withdraw the Israeli army from the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Well, the 2 days of hearings at the International Court of Justice, also known as the World Court, are part of a case brought by South Africa accusing Israel of genocide. Well, Israel, which has denounced South Africa's claim that it is violating the 1949 Genocide Convention as baseless, will respond in court on Friday. Last week, South Africa asked for additional emergency measures to protect Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinians have been sheltering. South Africa is also asking the court to order Israel to allow unimpeded access to Gaza for UN officials, organizations providing humanitarian aid, journalists, as well as investigators.
The Republican-led U.S. House of Representatives passed a bill on Thursday that would force the President Joe Biden to send weapons to Israel, seeking to rebuke the Democrat for delaying bomb shipments as he urges Israel to do more to protect civilians during its war with Hamas. The Israel Security Assistance Support Act was approved 224 to 187, largely along party lines. 16 Democrats joined most Republicans in voting yes, and 3 Republicans joined most Democrats in opposing the measure. The act is not expected to become law, but its passage underscores a deep U.S. election year divide over Israel policy as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government seeks to wipe out militants who attacked Israel on October 7, killing around 1,200 people and seizing 253 hostages, according to Israel's tallies.
Now, the war in Gaza has been on the agenda at the Arab League summit being held in Bahrain. Leaders there are trying to find a way to end the conflict. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas called on the international community to immediately begin implementing the two-state solution. He rejects the displacement of Palestinians and what he describes as a repetition of the tragedy of the Nakba, saying that war crimes and genocide in Gaza have been ongoing for 7 months under U.S. cover.
Arise international correspondent Faith Orr has more on this. She spoke to Charles Aniagolo.
Bahrain's King Hamad, and he said this summit was being held under painful and unprecedented circumstances. He says the Palestinians are being denied the right to define the way that they live. They're being denied their freedoms, denied the right to a future. This is a gathering, of course, of Arab leaders, but also the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was there. He is urging Arab unity. He says there's no better time than now for Arab nations to unite and present that united front to the world. What struck me as quite interesting at this summit was that a lot of the speakers, a lot of the leaders urged international action, international community to do something about the war on Gaza. But when you listen to Palestinians, what they're asking for is Arab countries, is their neighbours, is what they describe as their brothers to help them. And the people here, I mean, they don't seem to be making any definite moves forward. There is going to be a peace conference, an international peace conference held in Manama in the coming months. They say that's to rebuild international momentum, to revive the two-state solution. Of course, we heard from Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. He is urging the international community to implement that two-state solution, but he's also asking for financial help. He says that Arab countries are not contributing the way that he would expect them to do so. We heard from Jordan's King Abdullah. He's saying that the international community must shoulder its moral responsibilities, help bringing this to an end. And we also heard from Egypt's President Sisi, who says that Israel is using the Rafah crossing to tighten its hold on the Strip. Now, what's interesting here is Israel is now blaming Egypt for closing the Rafah crossing. But we all saw with our own eyes the tanks, Israeli tanks, rolling into the crossing and closing it and barricading it and stopping that being used and stopping trucks entering. So the Egyptian president says it simply lies from Israel's part. So lots of talk at this summit. We're yet to see if there'll be any action. I'm not sure it's entirely in the hands of the Arab League. There's a lot of movement at the United Nations. Certainly this is one of the most consequential summits in years, and they are asking the Security Council again to go back and reconsider these decisions. I think in that one respect, all the Arab League can do is try and push the international community to act, because that isn't necessarily in their hands. Soldiers, they were from the 202nd Battalion of Paratroopers, and they were killed in Jabalia. Now, what we understand is that they were in a building that was being used by the deputy commander of the battalion, and members of an ultra-Orthodox brigade, Hetz, they saw a gun barrel coming out of a window and they ordered each other to fire. So 5 soldiers were killed, another 7 wounded. 3 of those are in a critical condition. It brings the total now to 278 soldiers killed in Gaza since they invaded. 44 of those, 15%, died in what's being described by the army as operational accidents. It's quite a large percentage when you consider that there isn't actually an army that they're fighting. It's an armed group. They don't have Hamas doesn't have a tank, for instance. So yeah, 15% of it is Israel firing on its own people. There was an attack on a home near, in fact, we can just look at that now. So this is filmed by people who are in the Kuwait hospital in Rafah, and People are rushing out because if you just see the smoke in the background there, Israel had launched an airstrike on a home just next to the gates of the hospital. A number of medical staff have been wounded. So we can see that even in those areas right next to a hospital, these attacks are continuing. 600,000 people have now fled Rafah, around 1 million people still sheltering there. Yoav Gallant, the defence minister, actually says he's sending more forces to Rafah. Not just in Rafah, that all of this fighting is continuing, of course. Raging street battles in Jabalia. Residents there say there is constant shelling, and we've heard from Hamas that they are attacking Israeli tanks in Jabalia. Far from the first time that Gallant and Netanyahu have had a public spat. Netanyahu threatened to fire him last March, well before this war started. This has been a fractious relationship for a long time. What's happened here is Gallant has said he will oppose any long-term plan for military rule of Gaza. He wants to set up an alternative Palestinian leadership, an alternative to Hamas. He said he's been trying to promote this plan since October, but he's had no response from the Israeli cabinet. Netanyahu has sort of responded. He has said that Gallant is using this as an excuse for not yet having defeated Hamas. He didn't actually name Gallant when he said that, but it's fairly safe to assume that he is talking about him. Netanyahu is outnumbered though. Benny Gantz has said that Gallant is speaking the truth. Benny Gantz, of course, an opponent of Netanyahu's, but another member of the war cabinet and one with voting power. Netanyahu outnumbered on this, but as I say, far from the first time that these two have had a public falling out. I'm sure it won't be the last. That the situation has changed irrevocably compared to the last time that the court issued these measures, that these measures are no longer relevant, no longer appropriate, no longer strong enough. They want the court to order Israel to cease hostilities in Rafah and cease operations in other parts of Gaza. There have been quite strong statements in the ICJ today from South Africa. They say this is the last chance to save any hope of a Palestinian life in Gaza, and that the Israeli officials and Israeli members of the forces understand that their mission is to simply wipe life out in Gaza, wipe out Palestinian life. They say they've been treating evacuation areas like extermination zones. And actually the fact that the Israelis shot 5 of their own people today would back up that theory that they really are just firing indiscriminately. Rafah has been described as the final stand. The South African lawyer said without Rafah, there is no more Palestinian life in Gaza to speak of, no more Palestinian identity, and no possibility of reconstruction. They've said that Israel used the cover of the last measures that were ordered to continue and ramp up its attacks because the court did not order it to stop. It simply said prevent genocide, which Israel does not interpret what it's doing as genocide, therefore it feels it can continue. But the arguments now is that ordering, these smaller orders to allow aid in, to safeguard civilians, simply not enough when Israel blatantly disregards what the court is saying. South Africa said today that the rule of law can only survive through the orders of this court. If the rule of law is to have any meaning, let it be today and with this case.
International correspondent Faith All there. Thanks for staying with us on Daybreak. We'll be back with top international stories in a moment, including U.S. proposal to ease restriction on marijuana.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
My kids are more than precious to me. Seeing them doing well
healthy and happy brings me so much joy. I know it's my responsibility to ensure they are well nourished. So I use Dangote salt in my cooking. It is high quality salt that's refined and iodized to give great taste to my meals and also support my family's health and well-being. And it's got a name that I trust. Dangote salt is refined and iodized to help prevent iodine deficiency disorders. So give your family meals that taste delicious and support with Dangote. To care about yourself. Choose quality, choose Dangote salt.
Glad to have you back. You're watching Daybreak. It's coming to you live from our studios in Abuja. Now to our stories. China and Russia have put on a display of unity and mutual support during a meeting of their two leaders in Beijing. There were smiles, handshakes, and warm words from both Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin at the start of the Russian leaders' two-day visit to China. They signed a statement that promised to deepen their relationship. President Xi Jinping met the Russian leader at the Great Hall of the People, welcoming him as his old friend. Xi said that his country would always be Russia's trustworthy partner as both countries mark the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations. President Putin said their bilateral cooperation was not directed against any other power. This is Putin's first foreign trip since his re-election, and he said it was logical that China should be his first state visit since beginning a new term in office. Correspondents said China has become Russia's lifeline after the West imposed sanctions for its invasion of Ukraine.
Well, we'll have more on that visit by President Vladimir Putin to China, but let's take another look at another story. Police in Slovakia have charged a man with the attempted murder of the Prime Minister, Robert Fico. He was shot several times on Wednesday and remains in a critical condition. Government ministers told reporters that the suspect had acted alone and again described the attack as politically motivated. The Interior Minister has confirmed the charges against the suspect, who's been identified as a 71-year-old man, reported to be a writer and a poet.
Arise Eastern European analyst Dr. Marek Lakowicz, who spoke earlier from London. Let's hear what he has to say.
The point is not so much what is said as the fact that they're visiting. They are quite clearly seen together. The implication is that China is everything except a formal ally in the war. They have deep business connections, they have political links, and as a result, this is an extremely a visit which is pregnant with possibilities as just how far they could go further. What is quite clear is that Russia, President Putin chose to come to China first of all, as he underlined, so the significance can scarcely be overstated. What is equally important, though, is that it is not a question of, at present, they're moving forward to becoming formal allies in the war, and therefore it is from that point of view simply a confirmation of much of what was before. In other words, as before, nothing great changed, but on the other hand, very significantly, they will work together to some degree. It is simply more of the same in this respect. Important because it shows that whatever the pressures on China, it has chosen to stick with Russia to the degree it is. On the other hand, it is also significant that it's not going to up anything. It is not going to become a better ally. It's not become a formal ally. It will not take part in the Ukrainian war. And all these are quite significant. In any case, Russia is getting its supplies that it needs from other places, such as North Korea. So this is not a fundamental problem for President Putin. And so it is, in fact, not something I think he sought. What is important is the trade and the mutual support will go on. Unquestionably, many nations over the years have become unhappy with the West's dominance, and in particular with the US for several reasons, including its foreign policy. And here there's Russia again challenging the USA, and China is supporting this challenge. And it is certainly clear that some political influence around the world is now no longer purely of support for America, but it's support for China and even Russia. In any case, although the West has a quite clear narrative about the Russian-Ukrainian war, Russia has a different one, and other nations do not automatically support the West. It is very much a case that Russia is not a pariah, as has been stated. Russia is rather engaged, if you like, in cold hostilities, if I can put that, with the West, in the sense there's no open war, apart from, of course, Ukraine, with the rest of the West. On the other hand, it is not trading as much with the rest of it is trading to some degree more than one would, of course, prefer, but nonetheless, it is much less than before. But that does not mean that Russia is a pariah, because there is the entire rest of the world out there, and it certainly is giving some support to China and even to a degree to Russia. Yes.
Also, other stories now. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited the northeastern city of Kharkiv on Thursday to boost morale and reinforce troops in the region where Russian forces are trying to press their new offensive beyond border areas. Moscow has made inroads of at least several kilometers into the north of Kharkiv region since Friday, forcing Kyiv's outmanned troops to try to hold the line on a new front as Russia mounts more pressure on the front in the east. While the direction remains extremely difficult, we are strengthening our units, says Zelensky after holding a meeting in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, with top commander and senior military leaders. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin said Moscow's forces were improving their positions every day along the front in Ukraine and that the advance was going to plan.
Russia said on Thursday it was expelling the British defense attaché and promised further unspecified retaliation after Britain threw out his Russian counterpart last week. Russia's foreign minister said it had summoned a British embassy representative to inform them of the move. On May 8, Britain announced it was ordering out the Russian defense attaché, describing him as an undeclared military intelligence officer. The Russian statement said Moscow viewed that as a politically motivated action with a clearly expressed Russophobic character, which deals irreparable damage to bilateral relations.
Well, to the U.S. now, where Donald Trump's lawyer has accused star witness Michael Cohen of lying at the former U.S. president's trial about a phone conversation he claims to have had with Trump about a hush money payment to a porn star shortly before the 2016 presidential election. Well, Trump's lawyer, Blanche, said the phone conversation was about harassment from a prank caller, and not just Cohen has asserted in previous testimony about a $130,000 payment that bought the silence of a porn star, Stormy Daniels, at the center of the month-long trial. The exchange took place during several hours of questioning by Blanche, designed to cast Trump's former fixer as a spiteful turncoat eager to see his former boss behind bars.
The U.S. Justice Department on Thursday unveiled a historic proposal to ease restrictions on marijuana, a rule that, if enacted, would also enable more research on its medicinal benefits. The proposal, first announced in April, will reclassify cannabis from a so-called Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3. Schedule 1 drugs, such as heroin, are considered highly addictive with no medical benefits, while Schedule 3 drugs are considered to have a moderate to low potential for physical and psychological dependence. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration said it found some credible scientific support for the use of marijuana in the treatment of chronic pain, anorexia, related to a medical condition and nausea and vomiting.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has pardoned a man convicted of killing a Black Lives Matter protester in 2020. Daniel Perry, an U.S. Army sergeant, was moonlighting as an Uber driver in Austin when he turned onto a street where demonstrators were marching. A Great Forster, one of the protesters, approached the vehicle carrying a rifle. Perry shot him dead. Perry said he acted in self-defense, but he was convicted by a jury and sentenced to 25 years in prison. A Forster 28, a former U.S. Air Force mechanic, was openly carrying an AK-47 semi-automatic assault rifle, something that is legal under Texas law, at the time of the confrontation on July 25 of 2020.
The European Union has opened a formal investigation into the social media platforms Facebook and Instagram over allegations they may be failing to protect the safety of children. The platform's parent company Meta has been accused of using algorithms which encourage addictive behavior in breach of EU rules. In April, the EU said it was investigating Facebook and Instagram over allegations they don't do enough to stop the spread of misinformation. Now it's about children. Specifically, the suggestion that the platforms deliberately get children hooked on their content. Investigators will also examine whether they check users' ages properly, amid claims that youngsters can access adult content. If Meta is found to have broken the regulations, it could be fined billions of dollars.
Lots more still to come here on Daybreak, including the latest from out of Africa. Stay with us.
Where's Glory?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello? Where Glow now?
I dare hear.
Glow don't go village. Tell our customer abi.
Everybody pay attention. See, now Glow dedicated 10x. Now he might they take tension my customers. Now they dash me 10 times the credits when I load. Or even summer me double data join.
Yeah. Wait, so with 1.5 when they give on the boss, so you they enjoy up to 15,000 naira credit and data.
And I say I never finish you. See, when I say if you enjoy, if you join Glow dedicated 10x, una go get 1,000 naira welcome credits.
Glow, you don't win. Una see they here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Glow. Please save now Glow with they fine. Now Glow with they go. Okay, so
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Glow Berekete 10X. You also get 1,000 naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
The journey to build a sustainable Africa is asking more of the finance sector than ever before. Access Holdings is turning this vision into a reality, thanks to its environmentally conscious financial services. Whether it's reaching for carbon neutrality or inspiring the next generation of leaders, Access is living by its green credentials to ensure that Africa's future is sustainable and prosperous. Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Still, we're changing the conversation to make sense of your world. We'll do it together, because now more than ever, you need a clear voice to guide you home. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
to have you back. You're still watching Daybreak from Rise News. Senegal's Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko raised the possibility of closing French military bases in the West African country on Thursday in a wide-ranging speech that also touched on the euro-backed CFA franc currency, oil and gas deals, and LGBTQ rights. Sonko, a firebrand politician who gained power when his hand-picked presidential candidate, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, won a decisive victory in March, is known for criticizing perceived overreach by France in its former colony. France has about 350 troops in Senegal. More than 60 years after our independence, we must question the reasons why the French army, for example, still benefits from several military bases in our country and the impact of this presence on our national sovereignty and our strategic autonomy. Sonko said at a joint conference with the French left-wing politician Jean-Luc Mélenchon in the capital Dakar. Neighbors Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger have all pushed out French troops and turned to Russia to help fight jihadist insurgencies in the country.
The Minister of Power in Nigeria, Adebayo Adelabu, says President Bola Tinubu has approved a 130 billion naira settlement of part of the debt owed to gas companies to be paid within 2 weeks. This comes as the African Development Bank plans to support Nigeria's power sector with $1 billion. Arise News correspondent Georgina Ndukwe-Zainka has details.
Africa Energy Marketplace 2024 is the 8th edition of the African Development Bank's annual forum, which provides a platform for investment opportunities in Africa's energy sector. Now, this year's dialogue hopes to develop recommendations for the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan in line with the decisions reached at the recently held Ministerial Power Sector Retreat. Key players in the power sector value chain in Africa, the private sector, and development partners are gathered here to exchange ideas on how to address regulatory challenges and collaborate to eliminate barriers to investments in the sector. One of the major issues identified here is the need for improved funding of the sector, not just from the coffers of the government, but also private sector investment. This is why the African Development Bank plans to support the sector with $1 billion fund, which will be channeled through a policy-based operation.
In line with our strategic objective to accelerate universal energy access through the Light Up and Power Africa High Five, the African Development Bank is supporting Nigeria's power sector reforms. Our current portfolio in the power sector stands at around $410 million in support of 2 key projects.
We intend to finance the policy recommendations to actualize the expected outcomes of the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan.
There are tremendous opportunities for power plants today, and we can see them actually taking advantage of the potential of the West African region exporting power. And we in the Commission see a great opportunity for Nigeria to add a lot of foreign exchange.
Addressing the issue of gas supply to power generating companies, the Minister of Power reveals that the President has approved cash payment of 130 billion naira from Gas Stabilization Fund to settle part of the debt owed gas companies. He says the legacy debt will be paid from future royalties and other streams of income.
For these power generating companies, the debt is put at 1.3 trillion naira. I can also tell you that we have the consent of Mr. President to pay on the condition of settling the reconciliation of this debt, of the debts between the government and the power generating companies. And this we have successfully done.
Because there are investors who've been lying there, looking at the environment, the uncertainty, and the risk of non-payment is what has been carrying them from coming into the country.
The minister clarified that the revised electricity tariff is not targeted at impoverishing Nigerians.
The revised tariff so far has been effective. We're not expecting 100% support at the initial stage until people start seeing the impact of this new tariff.
For these participants, more still needs to be done by the ministry and its agencies to protect the interest of electricity consumers.
Why will the consumer who is paying for meter under meter access provider be paying meter acquisition fund as part of the bill he's paying? It's fraud. It's against the consumers. Now, why is it that you're saying that the consumer under meter access provider, the consumer will pay for the meter and get refund? As we speak today, we don't know how many consumers have paid, and we don't know how many have been refunded.
But participants here are confident that the key to improved electricity supply and efficient power sector is successfully integrating renewable energy into Nigeria's energy mix and attracting more investors to the sector. Hopefully, this conference will be the kick that Nigeria's power sector needs. Georgina Ndukwezainka, Arise News.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities is threatening to embark on another nationwide strike if the federal government fails to pay public university lecturers their withheld salaries. The union is also protesting the absence of governing councils in all federal universities across the country. ASU President, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke, says it is unfair for the federal government to pay lecturers 4 months of their 2022 withheld salaries and hold on to that of 3.5 months. He also rejected the ongoing illegalities and flagrant violation of university autonomy in public universities due to the non-reinstatement and reconstitution of governing councils.
The Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, is warning that any outgoing local government chairman in the state who hurts any Rivers person will not be forgiven. Well, the governor was referring to an event that happened on Tuesday where a group of persons allegedly attacked some others who attended the inauguration of the Aleto Ogale Ebubu Etio Road project on their way home. Governor Fubara gave the warning at Egbeda community where he flagged off a road project.
We left Aleto the other day. Some people went there and attacked our people. There's no need for it. Nobody is a monopoly or has monopoly of violence. I should be the one who will even come and shout that I will do this, I will do that. But I don't need to do that because both sides belong to me. So I'm advising those people who call themselves local government chairmen. You have a few days in office. Please conduct yourself. Politics will come, politics will go. We will still live our lives. Let anybody not deceive you. If you deliberately hurt anybody in the course of maybe expressing your useless
report in a section of the social media falsely claiming that there are plots to compromise the party's position and provide a lifeline to the former members of the Rivers State House Assembly to return to their seats.
The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmoud Yakubu, is appealing to security agencies to ensure a hitch-free electioneering campaign by political parties ahead of the Edo and Ondo States governorship election. Yakubu gave the indication at the second regular quarterly consultative meeting of the Inter-Agency Consultative Committee on Election Security held at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. A briefing ICCES members on preparations for the continuous voters registration exercise in both states. Yakubu made a case for protection of registrants, personnel and equipment that would be deployed for the exercise.
You to keep your eyes on the electioneering process with a view to preventing violent attacks or negative mobilization by political parties, candidates and their supporters during their campaigns. Similarly, the use of the power of incumbency to deny opposition parties and candidates access to public facilities, such as radio and television stations, public buildings for their campaigns and rallies, or even outdoor advertising through the imposition of excessive fees and levies, often result in the breach of the peace. These actions, including mutual destruction of campaign materials and facilities, violate the provisions of sections 91 to 97 of the Electoral Act 2022. The security agencies have to ensure, and they have the duty to enforce the law.
Well, the Senate here in Nigeria, the Senate Committee on Power has released a report on its investigative hearing on the electricity tariff hike. The committee recommends suspending the increase of over 200% to allow robust consultation with customers on the various bands. However, the Senate could not adopt the report due to a few legal bottlenecks. Arise correspondent Imo State tells us more.
3 weeks after its investigative hearing on recent electricity tariff, the Senate committee headed by Senator Inaya Baribe had its report ready. It's a 46-page document detailing all that transpired when the Senate panel met with the Minister of Power and officials of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NEC) to explain the rationale behind the over 200% increase in the electricity tariff for customers classified in Band A. Contained in the report are far-reaching findings and recommendations, the most profound asking NEC to immediately suspend the ongoing implementation of the 2024 tariff order that approved over 200% upward review of the previous tariffs from 68 naira per kilowatt to 225 naira per kilowatt.
To allow for robust consultation with customers on the various bands on the cost of service, instead of heavy reliance on feeder location and duration of service.
The report also recommended that NEC should ensure full compliance with the mandatory requirements of stakeholder consultation, and that both NEC and the Ministry of Power should look for other means to address the problem of power scarcity instead of resorting always to what he calls price manipulations. The report also asked the regulator to hold the power distribution companies DISCOs accountable on key performance indicators, including customer metering obligations, and that the rate designs should only be cost reflective, taking into consideration the harsh economic situation Nigerians are already facing. The report enjoyed bipartisan support from senators, with many calling on the federal government not to completely hands off from subsidizing electricity in the country. For many others, the hike was ill-timed and discriminatory, even as they were pushed for the electricity generating companies to be paid a legacy debt of $1.3 billion. The Senate was, however, unable to adopt the report after the chairman Rules and Business raised fundamental issues about some legal impediments, claiming that some issues in the report are currently in court.
A federal high court in Kano has issued an order restraining the NEC and from implementing the new tariff. The suit marked FHC CNKS 144-2024 was filed by Super SAC Company Limited and BBY SACs Limited.
Why are we debating it? The whole, look at the number of we are in the Senate, less than 1/5, and we carry a report that is of national interest, and less than 1/5 member are discussing it, despite the fact that it's pending in a court of law.
One of such is the case of a Lagos-based company, Ziglagis Networks, which was allegedly given $30 million for the manufacture, supply, installation, management, and maintenance of prepaid meters 20 years ago, but is yet to meet its own side of the contract.
I think having raised the issue by the Chairman Rules and Business Committee, we need to tarry a while, go with his observation, and then try to give time to consult our legal department to see if we can continue. This is my opinion, I cannot disregard the suggestion or the observation by the Chairman Rules and Business.
Restrained by the legal bottlenecks, Senate stepped down the report until all the legal issues are conveniently resolved. Omo Bazwai, Rise News.
Well, through the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, the federal government has developed 250 market-driven technologies that will provide the scientific and technological needs of the 21st century. Rise News correspondent Douglas Francis filed in this report.
Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Jummai Abdullahi, said the institute's research has yielded positive results with the development of modern integrated cassava processing plants in some communities in the nation.
We established this zonal office in Lantan because we found out that Lantan is the center where we have a lot of bioresources available and is untapped. So we want our own agency to come over here so that they can tap all the bioresources available in Lantan, and then we now use it for export, for helping our youth that are not working, and for also helping our women so that they can pick one of the products that we are doing, and then they stand on their own and get a lot of resources from it.
Plateau State Governor Caleb Mufwang, represented by the Commissioner for Science and Technology, Obed Gosela, said the state government is promoting market-driven research programs in the state and will continue to partner with federal agencies.
They need to leverage on technology, particularly ICT, in order to market this product. Should also be one of the focal points of FIRO. If you've heard on the news of recent, or the day before yesterday, we launched for the first time a generative artificial intelligence app.
Initiator of the project and immediate past member representing Lantang North and South Federal Constituency, Benny La, said the commissioning of this office will add to the agricultural resources abound in the constituency.
We have to ensure the safety because we are the immediate community who this structure is constructed within us. So the best we need to do is to involve everyone so that all of us will have a sense of belonging.
It was actually conceptualized by the former minister. When he visited Langtang, he saw that Langtang was a mix. And he said Langtang has such huge potentials. And not just Langtang, but the entire Plateau State. Why don't we cite an office of FIRO in the North Central Zone? Because here we have the human talent. And like she said, the DJ has said, we have all the bioresources. Farmers especially will benefit from this, and the entrepreneurs and the young people, because their crops will no longer be just yam. It will now be yam flour. And we're looking forward to yam flour being processed.
Other stakeholders at the event applauded the effort of the federal government in establishing the zonal office and pledged to protect government facilities in their domain.
Thanks for staying with us on Daybreak. Up next is business and all the market movements. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
The journey to build a sustainable Africa is asking more of the finance sector than ever before. Access Holdings is turning this vision into a reality, thanks to its environmentally conscious financial services. Whether it's reaching for carbon neutrality or inspiring the next generation of leaders, Access is living by its green credentials to ensure that Africa's future is sustainable and prosperous. Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
Naira credit and data, and I say I never finish you. See, una say if you enjoy, if una join Globe Rekete 10x, una go get 1,000 Naira welcome credit. Really? Gulo, you don't win.
Una see they here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Globe.
Please save na Globe they find. Now Globe they go.
Okay, so
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Globe Rekete 10x. You also get 1,000 Naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
Well, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Gboyega Oyetola, is emphasizing the importance of prioritizing research to safeguard the ocean's abundant resources and enhance their sustainable utilization. He said this during his visit to the National Institute of Fisheries and Oceanography, where he discussed the detrimental effects of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing on the economy. He also emphasized the need for technological solutions to protect oceanic resources.
It's part of the routine for me to see what is going on and then see areas of collaboration. For instance, I discussed with the Prof about the need to do the mapping of our ocean. We should be able to know the actual stock of resources that are available. We'll be able to now know how best to harness the resources. So we're going to be collaborating a lot in this area. The issue of IUU, that's the illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, is a global problem. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. But there are technologies that have been developed to monitor and curtail all the possibilities. The unfortunate thing is that these foreigners, they harvest our fish, rebrand it, and even sometimes send it back to us. You know, we are going to be buying our own fish with our foreign exchange. It's a major problem, but I think we are going to be talking about, fighting it collectively.
Within this space, we've been able to train 400 artisans, and that has actually improved the production. If we check the statistics, Nigeria, in the area of aquaculture, we're doing 650. It has gone to plus 800,000 metric tons. And with the present drive of manpower development in the area of food security, we are going to do more. That is the expectation. Importation is just about half of the aquaculture production. In all, that's about 50% of importation. I want to assure you it's going to go down from that because of this government policy on food security.
You're still watching Daybreak, coming to you live from our studio here in Abuja. We'll be back top of the hour with more of our international stories. Stay with us.
Africa sits on the brink of unparalleled transformation. Leading financial institutions are embracing digitalization. Access Bank is at the forefront, redefining banking for the modern age. With digital solutions that transcend borders and bold partnerships that support financial inclusion, this isn't just banking, it's a blueprint for the Africa of tomorrow. Access, more than banking.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you.
I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary account now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary earners.
It's Friday, May 17. You're watching Iraj News coming to you out of Nigeria's capital, Abuja, and this is Daybreak. Well, let's look at some of our top stories again at this hour. 5 Israeli soldiers have been killed by Israeli tank fire in Jabalia refugee camp in the north of the Strip. Troops went back into the area this week after previously pulling out, saying Hamas had regrouped there. Tens of thousands of Palestinians have fled the fighting and bombardment. Both the Israeli military and Hamas's military wing say that battles in Jabalia and the surrounding town were intensifying. But battles are taking place also in the southern city of Rafah. 600,000 people have fled the fighting there.
Meanwhile, wounded Palestinians are waiting desperately for the Rafah border crossing to reopen. Israeli troops seized control of the crossing last week, stopping vital aid from entering and preventing anyone leaving for medical treatment. One of those who requires urgent help is 5-year-old Mohammed. He lost his sight and suffered a head wound during Israeli attacks. But like many of us, he's stuck in a Gaza hospital where staff can do little to help.
The doctors here did what they could, but we still need the authorities to cooperate with us and open the border crossing, because this is a child, and we would want him to live like other children in the world. He has the right to treatment. He has the right for medical care.
I was wounded for the sake of a bag of flour. I got 10 shots. 8 shots were from a tank in my leg, 1 shot in my pelvis, and a shot in my hand, of course. Up until now, I'm suffering from the pain. I don't have any treatment. There is no treatment in the hospital.
Israel's Minister of Defense says he is opposed to Israeli military rule in post-war Gaza. The comments by Yoav Gallant are seen as a direct challenge to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Gallant says Hamas must be defeated and the captives returned, but the groundwork must also be laid for alternative Palestinian rule.
כבר ערב התמרון הצבאי בחודש אוקטובר הציגה מערכת הביטחון לקבינט את תוכנית המלחמה עם קביעה כי נדרש לפרק את גדודי החמאס ובמקביל לפעול ליצירת אלטרנטיבה שלטונית פלסטינית מקומית לא עוינת. מאז אוקטובר אני שב ומעלה את הנושא ברציפות בדיוני הקבינט המצומצם והמורחב ללא תשובה. סופה של המערכה הצבאית במעשה המדיני. היום שאחרי חמאס יושג רק על ידי שליטה של גורמים פלסטינים בליווי בינלאומי שיהוו חלופה שלטונית לחמאס. זה לפני הכל אינטרס ישראלי. לצערי, התוכנית לא הובאה לדיון, וגרוע מכך, לא הובאה חלופה אחרת לדיון במקומה. אי החלטה משמעותה החלטה בפועל. כתוצאה ממציאות זו, מתפתחת מגמה מסוכנת המקדמת ממשל צבאי ואזרחי ישראלי ברצועת עזה. זוהי חלופה רעה ומסוכנת למדינת ישראל, אסטרטגית, ביטחונית וצבאית.
South Africa is urging the UN's top court to order a halt to Israel's offensive in Rafah, saying attacks on the southern Gaza city must be stopped to ensure the survival
fulfilled in order for it to...
of the Palestinian people. Well, South Africa's ambassador to the Netherlands, Vusimuzi Madonsela, asked judges to order Israel to immediately, totally and unconditionally withdraw the Israeli army from the entirety of the Gaza Strip. The 2 days of hearings at the International Court of Justice, also known as the World Court, are part of a case brought by South Africa accusing Israel of genocide. Israel, which has denounced South Africa's claim that it is violating the 1949 Genocide Convention as baseless, will respond in court on Friday. Last week, South Africa asked for additional emergency measures to protect Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinians have been sheltering. South Africa also asked the court to order Israel to allow unimpeded access to Gaza for UN officials, organizations providing humanitarian aid, journalists, and investigators.
The Republican-led U.S. House of Representatives passed a bill on Thursday that would force President Joe Biden to send weapons to Israel, seeking to rebuke the Democrat for delaying bomb shipments as he urges Israel to do more to protect civilians during its war with Hamas. The Israel Security Assistance Support Act was approved 224 to 187, largely along party lines. 16 Democrats joined most Republicans in voting yes, and 3 Republicans joined most Democrats in opposing the measure. Well, the act is not expected to become law, but its passage underscores the deep U.S. election year divide over Israel policy, as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government seeks to wipe out militants who attacked Israel on October 7, killing around 1,200 people and seizing 253 hostages, according to Israeli tallies.
Well, the war in Gaza has been on the agenda at the Arab League summit being held in Bahrain. Leaders there are trying to find a way to end the conflict. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas called on the international community to immediately begin implementing the two-state solution. He rejected the displacement of Palestinians and what he described as a repetition of the tragedy of Nakba, saying that war crimes and genocide in Gaza have been ongoing for 7 months under U.S. cover.
Well, for more on this, the Rise News international correspondent Faith Orr spoke with Charles Anyugolu, our colleague.
Bahrain's King Hamad, and he said this summit was being held under painful and unprecedented circumstances. He says the Palestinians are being denied the right to define the way that they live. They're being denied their freedoms, denied the right to a future. This is a gathering, of course, of Arab leaders, but also the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was there. He is urging Arab unity. He says there's no better time than now for Arab nations to unite and present that united front to the world. What struck me as quite interesting at this summit was that a lot of the speakers, a lot of the leaders urged international action, international community to do something about the war on Gaza. But when you listen to Palestinians, what they're asking for is Arab countries, is their neighbours, is what they describe as their brothers to help them. And the people here, I mean, they don't seem to be making any definite moves forward. There is going to be a peace conference, an international peace conference held in Manama in the coming months. They say that's to rebuild international momentum to revive the two-state solution. Of course, we heard from Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. He is urging the international community to implement that two-state solution, but he's also asking for financial help. He says that Arab countries are not contributing the way that he would expect them to do so. We heard from Jordan's King Abdullah. He's saying that the international community must show shoulder its moral responsibilities, help bringing this to an end. And we also heard from Egypt's President Sisi, who says that Israel is using the Rafah crossing to tighten its hold on the Strip. Now, what's interesting here is Israel is now blaming Egypt for closing the Rafah crossing. But we all saw with our own eyes the tanks, Israeli tanks, rolling into the crossing and closing it and barricading it and stopping that being used and stopping trucks entering. So the Egyptian president says it's simply lies from Israel's part. So lots of talk at this summit. We're yet to see if there'll be any action. I'm not sure it's entirely in the hands of the Arab League. There's a lot of movement at the United Nations. Certainly this is one of the most consequential summits in years, and they are asking the Security Council again to go back and reconsider these decisions. I think in that one respect, all the Arab League can do is try and push the international community to act, because that isn't necessarily in their hands. Soldiers, they were from the 202nd Battalion of paratroopers, and they were killed in Jabalia. Now, what we understand is that they were in a building that was being used by the deputy commander of the battalion, and members of an ultra-Orthodox brigade, Hetz, they saw a gun barrel coming out of a window and they ordered each other to fire. So 5 soldiers were killed, another 7 wounded, 3 of those are in a critical condition. It brings the total now to 278 soldiers killed in Gaza since they invaded. 44 of those, 15%, died in what's being described by the army as operational accidents. It's quite a large percentage when you consider that there isn't actually an army that they're fighting. It's an armed group. They don't have Hamas doesn't have a tank, for instance. So yeah, 15% of it is Israel firing on its own people. There was an attack on a home near, in fact, we can just look at that now. So this is filmed by people who are in the Kuwait hospital in Rafah, and people are rushing out because if you just see the smoke in the background there, Israel had launched an airstrike on a home just next to the gates of the hospital. A number of medical staff have been wounded. So we can see that even in those areas right next to a hospital, these attacks are continuing. 600,000 people have now fled Rafah, around 1 million people still sheltering there. Yoav Gallant, the defence minister, actually says he's sending more forces to Rafah. Not just in Rafah, that all of this fighting is continuing, of course. Raging street battles in Jabalia. Residents there say there is constant shelling, and we've heard from Hamas that they are attacking Israeli tanks in Jabalia. Far from the first time that Gallant and Netanyahu have had a public spat. Netanyahu threatened to fire him last March, well before this war started. This has been a fractious relationship for a long time. What's happened here is Gallant has said he will oppose any long-term plan for military rule of Gaza. He wants to set up an alternative Palestinian leadership, an alternative to Hamas. He said he's been trying to promote this plan since October, but he's had no response from the Israeli cabinet. Netanyahu has sort of responded. He has said that Gallant is using this as an excuse for not yet having defeated Hamas. He didn't actually name Gallant when he said that, but it's fairly safe to assume that he is talking about him. Netanyahu is outnumbered, though. Benny Gantz has said that Gallant is speaking the truth. Benny Gantz, of course, an opponent of Netanyahu's, but another member of the war cabinet and one with voting power. Netanyahu outnumbered on this, but as I say, far from the first time that these two have had a public falling out. I'm sure it won't be the last. That the situation has changed irrevocably compared to the last time that the court issued these measures, that these measures are no longer relevant, no longer appropriate, no longer strong enough. They want the court to order Israel to cease hostilities in Rafah and cease operations in other parts of Gaza. There have been quite strong statements in the ICJ today from South Africa. They say this is the last chance to save any hope of a Palestinian life in Gaza, and that the Israeli officials and Israeli members of the forces understand that their mission is to simply wipe life out in Gaza, wipe out Palestinian life. They say they've been treating evacuation areas like extermination zones. And actually the fact that the Israelis shot 5 of their own people today would back up that theory that they really are just firing indiscriminately. Rafah has been described as the final stand. The South African lawyer said without Rafah, there is no more Palestinian life in Gaza to speak of, no more Palestinian identity, and no possibility of reconstruction. They've said that Israel used the cover of the last measures that were ordered to continue and ramp up its attacks because the court did not order it to stop. It simply said prevent genocide, which Israel does not interpret what it's doing as genocide, therefore it feels it can continue. But the arguments now is that ordering, these smaller orders to allow aid in, to safeguard civilians, simply not enough when Israel blatantly disregards what the court is saying. South Africa said today that the rule of law can only survive through the orders of this court. If the rule of law is to have any meaning, let it be today and with this case.
You're watching the Daybreak Committee from Nigeria's capital, Abuja. When we'll get back, we'll be looking at what the papers, more stories before we go to what the papers are saying. Don't go away.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Our music is one of our greatest exports, but our wildlife could be another great industry if we protect it for future generations. Right now, it's threatened by illegal wildlife trade. So please, report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat. Because poaching steals from us all.
It's 7:17 a.m. West African time. This is Daybreak. Thanks for staying with us. To more stories now. Let's turn our attention to Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu has met with Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye at the State House in Abuja. While Tinubu called for an alignment of purpose and structure in West Africa to address the challenges confronting the region. He says West Africa must work together to defeat the problems of terrorism, banditry, human trafficking, and poverty. While the Senegalese president called for the reactivation of the Nigeria-Senegal Joint Commission to strengthen bilateral relations across the areas of diplomacy, trade, and other areas.
At the 141st National Economic Council meeting in Abuja, Vice President Kashim Shettima emphasized the need for financial transparency in the Nigerian government. In a statement by his spokesperson, Stanley Nkwocha, the council noted Shettima's reference to Fitch Ratings' recent credit outlook upgrade as a sign of growing confidence in the nation's economy. The council resolved to bolster economic conditions nationwide, mainly focusing on supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises. Discussions included ongoing efforts to address inflationary impacts, high interest rates, promotion of digital technology, and proactive measures against flooding. Additionally, plans are outlined for the commencement of the implementation phase of the Human Capital Development Program.
Well, in an effort to improve the strained relationship between the Nigeria police and the country's youth, The ministries have launched the Young and Secure program at the Presidential Villa. Unveiled at a joint press briefing by the Minister of State for Police Affairs and the Minister of State for Youth Development, the initiative aims to rebuild trust, encourage collaboration, and instill hope among young Nigerians regarding the police force. This collaborative effort also seeks to bridge the gap between youth and the law enforcement agencies, with key components including a civic commitment pact, youth-centered engagement activities, and a technology-driven accountability platform. In 2020, the strained relationship between the Nigeria police and youth escalated, culminating in the country's largest protest against police brutality, known as NSAS.
And then, of course, in collaboration with the police institution, they are young and they are also a security institution. So this there is the shield in the coat of arms, the eagle.
Officers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ayodele Olawande, Honorable Minister of Youth.
Very innovative.
The goal of the Young and Secure project is to enhance the collaboration between the youth and the police towards strengthening national security. It elevates the role of Nigerian youths in the security architecture of the nation, as the platform empowers this very vibrant segment of the society to be watchguards and active participants in ensuring the safety and security of our communities. The essence of this initiative is rooted in the belief that we are all police officers, and each with the responsibility to contribute to protection and well-being of our nation. As a young person who has traveled widely and internationally, I must say that the Nigerian youth embody the indomitable spirit. Despite the myriad challenges we face, our spirit remains unbroken, our determination unwavering. It is this indomitable spirit that must be harnessed and celebrated, for it holds the key to unlocking our national full potential.
It is within this concept that the Young and Secure initiative emerged as a critical platform to address these press issues and forge a new era in collaboration, respect, mutual empowerment between the youth and the law enforcement agents, police. This initiative brings on view today represent a collaborative effort between the Ministry of Police Affairs and the Ministry of Youth Development. And it is reflect on our collective determinations to address the roots, mainly both enhancing security measure or implementing top-down directive. It is about empowering our youth to become active participants in the progress of national building.
Elder statesmen in the All Progressives Congress APC in Kogi State have identified self-defense and community policing as solutions to the spate of insecurity and kidnapping in the state. A Rice political correspondent, Friday Oloko, who attended the meeting of Kogi East APC critical stakeholders, reports.
The personalities here deliberated on many issues, including ending kidnapping and how to close ranks after the last election. A former chief of policy and plans in Army headquarters, Major General Patrick Akpa, retired, says the efforts of the Kogi State government is a right step to end insecurity.
Just about a few weeks back, we read that he purchased about 105 operational vehicles and about 42 motorcycles. These are for the Kogi State Vigilante Service. So you can see the way his mind works as far as security is concerned. Now, talking about this security in Kogi East. Solution. Yes, there is a deployment. The people themselves want to take security into their hands. The people deployed what they call Kogi East Neighborhood Watch. And it is district-based. In other words, the districts are prepared to take insecurity into their hands.
For a former Minister of State for Labour and Employment, Professor Stephen Ocheni, when salaries and pensions are paid as when due, kidnapping and other forms of insecurity will be laid to rest.
Talk about salary package. There are processes you need to undergo. It's just like we are talking of minimum wage. Government has to take steps, negotiations upon negotiations, until when you can arrive at a compromise. And you have been told too that pensioners are being paid regularly, salaries are paid regularly. All these are welfare package. The person who takes pension is a retired worker, so he belongs to the category of the workers as well.
Former Chairman Senate Committee on Navy, Emmanuel Ocheja, says APC in Kogi State is embarking on reconciliation of heavyweights, irrespective of their political differences.
The incumbent governor was also part of the former administration, so he's familiar with the terrain. And by our assessment, he has started on a very good footing. You might have witnessed it yourselves that he had started visiting top political stakeholders across the parties, not only in APC, but also in PDP.
Pioneer Vice Chairman of the APC in Kogi State, Issa Daniel, pleaded with defected members to return home as the party is strategizing to consolidate its stronghold on power.
There is a serious depletion in our membership, and as such, earnest grassroots engagement to swell that membership up becomes soon necessary. As critical stakeholders, we deem it necessary to make sure that we come together to adopt what I can describe as an operational political victory module, so that we can come out victorious in subsequent and future elections.
There were lots of deflections. What I mean by that deflection is that some people, some members, deflected from our party. So we are coming together to help our party, to help our government, remobilize our people, sensitize our people, talk to our people, those who deflected to come back.
Most of this information, most of this misinformation is being propagated are mainly coming from those that benefited more from the party. Then today they are also in the opposition because these same people fought the same agenda that they are talking about today.
With the meeting over, it is believed that the steps to put Kogi State in the positive map of Nigeria will depend on the government and the people.
While you're still watching Daybreak here on the Rise News channel, let's go on a quick break. When we return, we'll look at the front pages for you. Stay with us.
The journey to build a sustainable Africa is asking more of the finance sector than ever before. Access Holdings is turning this vision into a reality, thanks to its environmentally conscious financial services. Whether it's reaching for carbon neutrality or inspiring the next generation of leaders, Access is living by its green credentials to ensure that Africa's future is sustainable and prosperous. Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
All right, glad to have you back. You're still watching Daybreak. It's coming to you live from our studio here in Abuja. Now to look at what the papers are saying on their front pages, and we'll start as usual, is routine with our sister publication, the State newspaper. Wale Edo, no attempt to illegally use pension funds, says FG will be guided by rules. Organized labor warns against tampering with funds. There you see a picture of the president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Diomaye Faye of Senegal, who says he will talk to Mali and Burkina Faso. The president is hosting the Senegalese president. Emirates resume flight to Nigeria October 1. Report amid Nigeria's underproduction, Dangote refinery orders 24 million barrels of U.S. crude oil, commences export of its refined products to European market.
Well, the picture of Senegal's president and Nigeria's president, who doubles as ECOWAS chairman, also leads the front page of the Punch newspaper this Friday morning. Senegalese president vows talks with Niger and Mali. But the big story on the front page this morning is that of the president, Tinubu, okaying payment of 3.3 trillion naira past sector debts.
Let's look at Sports Punch Extra. Chidi Okezie talks about his Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games heartbreak. Ancelotti of Real Madrid said, my best season ever, 2024. And Gallagher not keen on Newcastle move. FFP breach. City may pay £355 million. Some are hoping that they'll have to lose their titles because of breaching those rules. Arsenal lead United in £64 million says co-race. And that's about it for the sports.
Well, Business Day South Africa this morning leads with Amplats spin-off will net fiscus 18 billion rand, and parties funding ANC sweeps the opposition aside.
Vanguard. Electricity. Most discos are technically insolvent. NERC declares. What does that really mean? Let me probably look into that. No plan to illegally use pension funds. Wale to Emirates resume flight October 1. Salary areas ASU threaten no pay, no work after 2 weeks. My enemies now sleep with eyes open. That is Fubara. The drama is still playing out in Rivers State. Edo Guba INEC to begin distribution of more than 373,000 uncollected PVCs May 27. Latest Fitch ratings shows Tinubu's transparency. Minimum wage labor Sean Sparley as FG hints on raising offer.
Well, the Citizen South Africa leads with a corruption watch report that highlights that even with the provision of basic services, corruption has had a profound impact on people's lives, and it tags it simply, bribe, things will happen.
Let's look at the Guardian Nigeria. Legacy of waste, that's what they termed it. Abandoned projects dot southwest amid push of scarce resources to new ones. Rising cost of drugs worsens steep rise in hypertension cases. NLC TUC boycott negotiations as FG promises to shift ground, and Senate stalls debate against implementation of new electricity tariffs.
Well, this is a story that will melt hearts this morning. On the front page of the Daily Mirror, the Daily Mirror has a picture of the twin of the youngest ever organ donor cradling his baby sister. It's happening 10 years after his brother Teddy died, and it's tagged Our Joy.
All right, the Times, relief for homeowners as big lenders reduce mortgage rates. Bed blocker crisis means extra NHS cash wasted.
The Daily Telegraph, we have that this morning. Okay, let's just pull up what we have very quickly. Okay, we have the Star. Bless you, Fido. And that's saying 1 million dogs and cats will be struck down by hay fever caused by an early warm spring. Bless you, Fido.
The Guardian International, there you see a picture of Starmer, Labour leader. It says, no quick fix if Labour wins election. Slovakian PM, this is quite interesting, out. Not, I thought he was saying out of woods. But it says not out of woods after the shooting. Ministers were warned in 2021 about carer scandal.
Lemmy Weber is in this Friday morning for us for analysis of a big story. Hi, Lemmy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. Well, the Federal Executive Council meeting held for 2 days during the week, and summing that up, the Minister of Finance had mentioned the housing initiative through a PPP that the government was planning. But now there seems to be a fallout from all of that, because he talked about pension funds, investment funds that have been piling up and all of that, and how the government hopes to fund this initiative. But now he's saying there's no attempt to illegally use pension funds. Do you have more insight to that story? You can find it on the front page of This Day this morning.
Well, yeah, it was historic for the Federal Executive Council to sit 2 straight days in a row. Shows that some level of commitment must be observed and commended. Then, of course, you talk about the pension funds. From what Minister Wale Edun has said, is confirmed the fact that they want to use some pension funds, but it will not be used illegally. I think by the law, those provisions are there that enables government to take some loan from the pension funds. However, at a time when there is a very low public confidence in how governance is maintained or managed, it is important that the minders of government, especially the communicators of government, will do the necessary communication with the people in order to show up their confidence and help explain the entire essence of this. The housing scheme, when that was commissioned a few months ago, we said it was a beautiful idea, but again, based on public confidence being on the low, we said we hope, I particularly said, I hope that eventually it is not hijacked by people who already have so many mansions spread across the place. If it is to help people who are homeless, we've seen in recent times the cases of how many 80-something rooms under the bridge in Lagos and all. It shows that the housing deficit is a matter of very urgent importance that needs to be tackled.
All right, let's look at the front page of the Punch. Tinubu case payment of 3.3 trillion power sector debts. Does this mean we'll have more light? And then there you see my opponents are defeated. Fubara raises the Riot Act against local government chairmen who he says their days are just, by the corner. Nemi.
Yes, in one of the papers, they said Discos talked about being insolvent. They have issues with funds.
Yeah, that was Vanguard.
Yes, Vanguard. Now we can see again that the president has approved the release of about 3.3 trillion debts to the power sector. So we imagine that it is in response to the debts Discos are being owed. But can it translate into really being able to make power available and distribute accordingly, instead of us having this situation where for years most parts of the country in darkness, people not having even as much as 5 hours light. In some places they'll tell you that the electricity has not blinked at all in days, in weeks and all that. So we hope that this can help rejuvenate the system, the power sector, and of course have NEC still continually do what it ought to do, which is helping to regulate operations and pricing.
Indeed. If you look at the front page of The Guardian this Friday morning, it talks about what it terms legacy of waste, because it's describing abandoned projects that are dotting the southwest region of Nigeria. And it says this is happening just as there is a push of scarce resources to new ones. Let me make sense of this. So we have all of these projects scattered everywhere, but there seems to be a push for new ones. I mean, scarce resources.
Okay, you see, we are talking of legacy projects.
Well,
and
the Guardian says it's legacy of waste.
Yeah, so, and that's why, you know, when the Lagos-Calabar coastal project came up, we kept saying, I hope this will not be another legacy project that turns out to be an elephant project. Of course, if well consummated, everything goes right, the necessary people who are affected by the project are taken care of, then we imagine that it will open a lot of economic benefits to the people of Nigeria. Yeah, legacy of waste is not a surprise. The Guardian has done a detailed work about that. You see, when one governor takes over from the next, they are looking at how to follow through with their own projects. But government is supposed to be a continuum. It's a big deal when you are able to actually help finish up any project by your predecessor that is noble and you know has a way. It doesn't matter whether the predecessor was in a different party. What is important is projects that are targeted at benefiting the people should be followed through. I do not imagine, I've not had the opportunity of looking at the Guardian details, but I imagine that we will not be having that, even though this report is about the Southwest. I imagine that Lagos should have little or nothing to do with such abandoned projects. Yeah, but governors must know that the ultimate reason for them coming in is to improve on the standards of their people, and that way any project that is worth doing should be followed through.
All right, still on that Guardian, two interesting stories there to look at. NLC-TUC boycott negotiations as FG promises to shift ground on the 48,000. And there's a story on Senate stalling debate against implementation of new electricity tariff.
Well, the issue of Labour and TUC backing out, I think negotiations, they must continue to be on the round table, on the discussion table, even as we sue for government to demonstrate good faith and goodwill. Government cannot all of a sudden turn to comedians and offer people what will at most be described as ludicrous. However, it's not a basis for Labour to stop discussing. Government will always be a hard negotiator. Remember that even if government offered 150,000 naira as minimum wage, Labour has been demanding for 615. So they take it piecemeal and see who will shift. So it's important that Labour knows that they really must remain on the discussion table, and we urge all sides to be realistic about the minimum wage. Remember that even Labour is talking, this is public sector. What happens to the people in the private sector? Because I do not think that the public sector would take more than 20% of the national labor force. So what are we doing about the private sector? So while we know that government cannot do much about the private sector, our role is to urge government to make the ease of business, of doing business better, and make sure that the environment is made conducive for businesses to thrive, and not to continually overtax these businesses if we are going to be able to find some succor and breather as a people.
Indeed. Well, the Vanguard also has a focus on a big story on electricity, and it says most discos are technically insolvent, and that's according to NERC, the regulator. It reminds me of technically defeated. The last time we used technically defeated, we're talking about Boko Haram during the Buhari administration, and we saw what happened. Here we are again. NEC is saying discos are technically insolvent. Do you understand what that means, Lemmy? But more importantly, do you also understand what INEC is trying to warn us against when it says Edo and Ondo, the power of incumbency, it fears that there will be the use of power of incumbency, and that should not happen?
Well, it's not new. Incumbency factor is a strong factor in Nigerian politics. However, we've seen situations where strong candidates, people who are popular, people who are well loved, eventually turned out to defeat incumbents. A good example is the 2015 general election, very historic. The then president, incumbent president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, lost to a man whose popularity was at an all-time high at that time. So incumbency factor did not work at that point in time. So what we will ask INEC to do is to make sure that INEC does the right thing, which is dot its I's, cross its T's, make sure that everything that needs to get running, for instance, make it possible for people to collect their PVCs. Make it because the incumbency, taking advantage, rigging and all that, the process starts from registration. And you talk about continuous voters register, you talk about continuous voter registration, and yet it stops. At when election is approaching, you now say, oh yeah, people can come and do. No. The essence of a continuous voters registration process is that at any point in time, you can walk into INEC. As soon as you are becoming 18, you can walk in there and get your PVC.
Just as the name implies, continuous. Yeah. All right, let's look at this story in The Citizen. Elections are approaching in South Africa, and here we have youths lose interest in ANC. That is severe. Said that, but this bribe, things will happen. Everything requires money. Someone must be paid. Says a disgruntled citizen who applied for ID card 7 years ago and was told she'd have to bribe officials to get it. A Corruption Watch report highlights that even with the provision of basic services, corruption has had a profound impact on people's lives. This is in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. Corruption is not exclusively a Nigerian thing. Corruption, the word corruption, it's globally. The word corruption is an English word. And of course, we are not original speakers. That's a good one. We are not original speakers of the English language, you know. So it means that it's global, and it calls for a lot of concern. And it's good that the papers themselves are putting the press is putting this out, and that's why when the National Assembly came out with saying that drug peddlers or something should get death penalties, we started the debate and said, why not also corrupt public officers? And you saw that a response was made of Ali Ndume yesterday, where he started saying only those who steal up to trillions should be the ones who should go and get punished. And
it reminds one of when Goodluck said stealing is not corruption.
Absolutely.
And you're wondering what is corruption. How can you say only those? How can a public official say that?
Yeah, that's how we have normalized. You know, the abnormal is the new normal. We've normalized a lot of wrong things in this country, and that's why we continually say that there must be a reorientation of our values. And National Orientation Agency has its part cut out, and we also must have our institutions like EFCC, ICPC also awaken to some of these challenges, because as we always say, the best deterrent to corruption and all sorts of social malaise is punishment, which means charge matters to court and ensure that the maximum punishment for corruption is meted out to offenders.
Or prevention anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lemmy, for your analysis. We'll see you next week. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Well, and that's Press Review this morning. You can follow us on X at Arise TV and share your views on all the burning issues. Well, Daybreak will be back in a moment with sport and more. Stay with us.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Our music is one of our greatest exports, but our wildlife could be another great industry if we protect it for future generations. Right now, it's threatened by illegal wildlife trade. So please, report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat. Because poaching steals from us all.
Glad to have you back. It's still daybreak here on Arise News. Time to get an update from the world of sport. Leeds United will play Southampton or West Bromwich Albion in the Championship playoff final after thumping, that's what it was, a win over an outclassed Norwich. They did indeed. After a drab stalemate in the first leg on Sunday that ended 0-0, the home side, who finished 3 places and 17 points above the Canaries, took a deserved early lead when Elia Groer's long-range free kick beat Angus Gunn at his near post. Joe Pirro made it 2 when he headed in Willie Nonto's deep cross at the far post, with keeper Gunn caught in no man's land to lead the away side with a mountain to climb. They should have pulled one back immediately, but Josh Sargent was thwarted his effort by keeper Elian Melia on 1-on-1 in what proved to be the only chance of note Norwich had all night. It was 3 before the break when Jorginho Rosa crashed a shot in off the underside of the bar after a breakaway attack. Crescencio Somerville tapped home a 4th for the dominant home side after the interval, after Gunn had parried a Nonto shot out to Junior Firpo, who squared for the Dutchman to roll home. The Whites will now have 9 days to prepare for the playoff final at Wembley on Sunday, 26th May.
Are you still wondering why he is the greatest of all times? Well, Cristiano Ronaldo has topped the Forbes list of highest paid athletes for the 4th time in his career, with John Ram moving up to 2nd. Ronaldo also headed the list last year following his move to Saudi Arabian football club Al Nassr. A business magazine Forbes says the 39-year-old Portugal forward earned $260 million, up from $136 million over the past 12 months. Ronaldo's great rival, Lionel Messi, has fallen a place to 3rd behind Ram. The Spanish golfer has jumped up to 2nd on the back of his switch to the Saudi-funded Live Golf Tour and is reported to have earned $218 million. Footballers Neymar and Karim Benzema have also entered the top 10 after moves to the Saudi Pro League. Giannis Antetokounmpo joins fellow basketball stars LeBron James and Stephen Curry on the list, while American football quarterback Lamar Jackson is in 10th spot. According to Forbes, the world's 10 highest paid athletes collectively earned $1.38 billion before taxes and agents' fees over the past 12 months, which is the highest total ever. They're doing something right in Saudi.
But not the world's best ever, unless you're talking about finances.
Everything, I think. Even on the pitch, outside of the pitch,
he can't be better than Pelé, the Nascimento, Arantes, the Nascimento. He cannot be. Anyway, World Cup winner N'Golo Kante has been recalled by not even Messi, France after being named as one of 25 players in Didier Deschamps' squad for Euro 2024. Midfielder Kante, 33, played an influential role in France's World Cup win in 2018, but has not represented his country since June 2022 and currently plays for Saudi club Al Ittihad. Kante struggled with injury towards the end of his spell at Chelsea, but France boss Deschamps says his experience will aid the squad in Germany. He has played a full season, albeit not in the European League, as he is in Saudi Arabia, said Deschamps on French TV channel TF1.
And very quickly, let's cross live to Lagos studios to speak with Rufai, who has an update for us on what to look forward to on their show. Hello, Rufai.
Hello, Adesua. Great to have you. A lot of the football banter, things are pretty much settled now. Probably it will decided over the weekend. But what we have for you on the show, we've got Benson Opa, HOD Information NLC. We're going to be talking about the NLC versus federal government as regards, 48,000 proposal for minimum wage. And the second guest we'll have on the show is Imo State, former Commissioner for Information and Communications. We're going to be talking about some pro-Wike commissioners resigning from the state. And we have all the elements and tags. Oji Okpe will be here for What's Trending. Manuel Lefeni will be here for newspaper review. We also have the business segment, and we also have sports this morning. And it promises to be a great show. So stay here because we're going to take you on a great ride this morning. Good to see you again, Adesua.
Thank you so much, Rufai. I wonder what's an appropriate wage, living wage at this time, Rufai. I've been racking my brains around that one.
Adesua, I'll give you a good guess. Probably you want to go to the upper limit of the NLC 615,000. That's ridiculous. But some people say something between 100 to 200,000 is quite decent for the workers at this time because you don't want to also push up inflation.
Indeed.
That's another conversation. That's why people are saying the 615K upper limit is quite, up there, and it might push up inflation. But let's see how it pans out. But 48K, a lot of people are saying it's a no-no.
Ridiculous. Thank you so much, Rufai. Have a great time on your show. And I guess that's the much we can take on Daybreak, or do we still have time for one more story? Okay. Thank you so much for watching. I am Adesua Omoran. Goodbye.
The morning show is next at 8. Thank you for watching. I am Ndi Amongo.
The Duchess Wellness Service is a premium quality health assessment and review designed primarily to focus on the early detection and treatment of long-term chronic disease. The range of diagnostic and treatment services available within the packages we offer are the very highest standard, comparable to health screening services offered in medical tourism destinations such as Dubai, Europe, and the United States.
It's affordable, it's not as expensive as you might think, it's definitely far cheaper than going abroad. And the fact that it's at home with local personnel who you can relate with and in an environment that's friendly and conducive, I think I'll thoroughly recommend it.
The extraordinary resources, technological advancements and treatments deployed at the Duchess International Hospital, all of which are required to reverse the trend of medical tourism abroad, would not have been possible without the funding and support received from our partners throughout the healthcare industry, and especially from Access Bank.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences.